The train is entering the station at Willets Point. That's where you find Citi Field for the first Sunday afternoon home game of the 2011 season. As the Mets close out their first series of the year at home, the fans making their way into the Jackie Robinson Rotunda to see the Mets in action. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Washington Nationals. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez joins me in just a moment as the Mets play the rubber game of their three-game series against the Washington Nationals. The teams have split the first two, the Mets losing the home opener on Friday and then bouncing back yesterday with an 8-4 win. The Mets had been lacking the big hit, but they got a couple of them yesterday, most notably from Ike Davis, who is not suffering through a sophomore slump, at least not through his first 8 games.
Well, Ike is off to a terrific start, Gary, hitting over 340, 10 for 29 on the season. Of his 10 hits, half of them are extra base hits, 3 doubles, a triple, a triple last night, the 2 RBI triple, and a home run. A team that has been struggling in the clutch to drive in runs. Davis has driven in a run in every ball game so far this year, except the getaway day when Halladay shut out the Mets in Philadelphia. 9 RBI in the season, off to a great start.
Just one behind Ryan Howard for the National League lead. Meanwhile, Chris Young will take the mound at Citi Field for the first time as a Met today. Young was spectacular his first time out in Philadelphia.
Well, it was a big win he got in Philadelphia, the only win in the opener in that series. He won 5 1/3. He had 4 strong innings where he overpowered this very powerful Philly lineup. Had 7 strikeouts, but he got in trouble in the 5th inning. He gave up a run, got the bases loaded, got out of the jam, and seemed to have nothing left in the tank and couldn't finish the 6th inning. But all in all, a very good performance from Chris Young, his first start in a very long time.
Yeah, try to back up what Chris Capuano did last night, going 6 innings, the first time in 4 games that the Mets have gotten 6 innings out of their starter. Jason Marquis will pitch for the Nats. Always big for him to come home to New York, where he grew up in Staten Island. It's the Mets and Nats Sunday afternoon baseball on SNY. SNY is brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. By the New York State Smokers Quit Line. By your Tri-State Ford dealers. By AT NYN, Rethink Possible. And by Pepsi Max, 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. Enjoy a Mets game this season at Citi Field in BJ's Clubhouse. Tickets start at $10 for kids and $20 for adults. Plus, Mr. Met visits every game. Call 718-507-TIXX or visit Mets.com now. There's your Mets upcoming schedule. Remember, all Mets games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV. And you can also listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. Mets welcome in the Colorado Rockies tomorrow night. 4-game series starting with tomorrow night's contest, culminating in a day game Thursday. Then the Mets make a brief trip to Atlanta before coming right back home the following week. A stretch of 13 of 16 the Mets are playing here at Citi Field. They split the first 2 with the Nationals. They'll wrap up this series this afternoon with the tall guy, Chris Young, on the mound. First pitch coming up from Citi Field. Little 60s jazz theme to that music. Love it. Here's your Ford starting lineup for the Nationals this afternoon. No Ryan Zimmerman. Remember, Zimmerman went headfirst into second base on a slide last night. Well, he strained an abdominal muscle, aggravated an injury he suffered in spring training. So Zimmerman, who generally plays every day, is out of the lineup today, and the former Met Alex Cora fills in at third base. There's Zimmerman, who will be looking on. Adam LaRoche, who sat last night because of an aggravation of the torn labrum in his shoulder, is in the lineup today. But the Nats, for early in the season, have some very important people banged up.
And the second start of the year for Chris Young. And like we said at the open, he beat the Phillies. He ran out of gas in the sixth, but you can see the 7 strikeouts was outstanding. He got that lone victory in Philadelphia, and that's your Verizon starting pitcher for the New York Mets, Chris Young.
And you hear his music? That's what Tom Glavine used to have played before his start.
That's
Sweet
right.
Child of Mine.
That's right. I love the music for Halladay opening up that day game in Philly.
What did he?
Moby Dick, Led Zeppelin.
Well, of course.
And well, let's move on to the Lexus Mets defense. As you can see, we talked about Brad Emas earlier in spring. There was a question mark about his defense. Well, I'll tell you what, in spring he played outstanding defense, made all the plays, and it's carried into the season thus far. Lucas Duda getting his 3rd start in right field, and Willie Harris in left field gets his 6th start. And there's manager Terry Collins. What's he up to? He's talking to first base umpire Larry Vanover. Oh, they're having fun.
He's having a little fun with Dan Radisson, the first base coach for the Nats.
Well, Dan Radisson's an old friend of mine, old teammate in Tulsa back in the early 70s. Dan and I played together 2 years. Good guy. Catcher, former catcher.
Well, Terry in a good mood on a Sunday afternoon after his team picked up a victory last night, a much-needed one to get them to 4-4 on the year. Ian Desmond will lead things off for the Nationals. Desmond just 1 for 9 in this series, but that one hit was a home run just inside the left field foul pole last night against Chris Capuano. Capuano gave up a couple of home runs in that game, but otherwise pitched extremely well.
He got better as the game went on.
So Chris Young making his Citi Field Mets debut, and a ball outside to Desmond to start it off 1-0. Rick Ankiel and Jason Worth to follow for the Nationals in the first inning. Young went 5 1/3 his first time out against the Phillies. Walked 4, but struck out 7, allowing just a run and 5 hits. Last year made just 4 starts all year, 1 early in the season and 3 late for San Diego because of ongoing shoulder issues. And Desmond pops it up. See a lot of that with Young on the mound. Right called off by Reyes, and that's the first out of the game.
Well, Chris Young is out of the same mold as Sid Fernandez that can pitch upstairs. And he's got the wicked split finger, which makes a pitch that sinks. So it gives him, he can go up and down the ladder, and he's smart enough to know how to use that. He gets hurt in mid-thigh and the belt. That's where he gets hurt, just like Sid.
Here's Rick Ankiel, 4 for 8 in this series, moved up to the number 2 spot in the batting order as Jim Riggleman's had to retool things with Zimmerman out of the lineup. Ankiel, who came to camp with the Nats as a minor league free agent this year, won the center field job, and that enabled the Nats to trade away Nyjer Morgan to Milwaukee. Gives them a little bigger bat in center field, if not quite the speed in the outfield they had with Morgan. And we saw that last night, that the Nats are a little bit shy of speed in their outfield.
This is a big ballpark. There's Jim Riggleman, the manager, 3rd-year manager for the Nats. And Adam LaRoche, you saw next to him. He's back in the lineup today.
Good fastball by Young. Only 85, but up.
Well, we talked about his motion in Philly, and very few guys you see get low. Look at him drive off the back leg and get down low. He was getting down lower in Philadelphia.
Another pop-up. Reyes out into shallow left. Harris calls him off and makes the catch, 2 out. Chris Young gets a higher percentage of his outs in the air than any pitcher in the major leagues over the last 5 years, and this would seem to be the perfect ballpark for him to pitch in.
Well, Chris Young looking for his 50th career win.
Here's Jason Worth with 2 out. Worth is 1 for 9 in the series, hitting just .226 after signing an enormous contract with the Nationals, 7 years, $126 million. And after hitting 2nd in the order for the first week of the season, it's number 3 today with Zimmerman out. There's Adam LaRoche on deck. The Nats, like the Mets, have started out up and down. There's 3 and 5 on the season. There's a strike.
Worth, to me, right now, looks a little, I know it's early. He's hitting .225, .226 coming in. A little tentative at the plate. I tell you what, when you sign a big deal, a big contract, 7 years, it doesn't matter. A high price salary, long-term contract, there's some pressure that comes with that.
Drilled down the left field line foul. Well, we saw that the first year with Carlos Beltran when he came here in 05. It took a while to understand that the expectations go sky high when you sign that kind of contract.
I felt the pressure when I had a 5-year deal with the Mets. I signed it was really an extension because I had another year of my contract, and I sure felt it. And I was really, I said it in the past, I was very happy that you see worse doubles numbers. He's a doubles machine. I felt the pressure. I was glad that the Mets with that year in 84, excuse me, opened up on the road for a week.
Young just misses the inside edge. 1-2 to Worth.
Pitching Worth inside.
Well, Worth had 4 hits in his first 2 games, just 3 for 23 since.
Too close to take. He got the call there.
And a check swing. Did he go? No. Larry Vanover with the call at first. 2-2.
And that ball missed low, had corner. But you can see right now that Young is just on each side of the plate on the corners, which is good. It's in and out, up and down.
Now 2-2 to Worth, and he pops it up. In foul ground comes Ike Davis. Tolle as well, and Davis takes charge. 3 pop-ups, 3 outs for Chris Young in the opening inning. Mets come to bat in the bottom of the first with no score. Brought to you by Geico. Ike Davis has been red hot. Jose Reyes swinging the bat well. Willie Harris back in the 2-hole today. Angel Pagan, who's been struggling, drops down to number 5 with Carlos Beltran getting the day off. Facing Jason Marquis, and Reyes on the first pitch drops down a bunt, a beauty, and Pudge Rodriguez can't get him. And for the 7th straight game, Jose Reyes has led off the first inning, reaching base.
Well, if you're going to bunt down the first base line with a right-hand pitcher, this is how you do it. I mean, he just gets it up the line and out of the reach of the catcher and the pitcher to get there in time. And with Jose's speed, Mets are in business. No ill effects of those hamstrings, Garrett.
He is back to 100% with those legs, and he's using them. He's been bunting a lot more early in the season than he has in the last couple of years. So now Willie Harris. Harris 0 for 2 in this series, hitting at .316. Getting most of the time in left field with Jason Bay out as you look at Jason Marquis.
Well, this is his 11th season for Jason Marquis. Came up originally with I believe the Atlanta Braves. Came over to the Cardinals. Out all last year, just about all last year. Made a couple starts early in the year. He had bone chips removed surgically. Nice change right there. Came back in 10 starts in the second half. It wasn't a great year for him. He kind of eats up innings. Born in Manhasset, New York. He's a guy that's a gamer. Doesn't really get a lot of respect. He's had some good seasons.
Well, he was a free agent 2 winters ago, and the Mets thought about trying to sign him. Signed a 2-year, $15 million deal with the Nationals. He gets one over to Harris, 1-2, but that first year almost a complete washout because of those bone chips. 2-9, a 6.6 ERA. But he's healthy this year. Pitched well his first time out in Florida. No decision game for him on Tuesday night.
Well, in his final 10 starts when he came back after the surgery, he was 2-6, which is not a good record, but his ERA was 4.29, significantly better.
On 1-2, Harris goes down swinging. Ball goes to the backstop, though, and Reyes reaches second base. Harris can't go anywhere because first base was occupied with less than 2 out. But that ball squirted past Pudge Rodriguez, and that gets Reyes into scoring position as Harris strikes out.
This is the second game started by Ivan, and he mixed a ball like this in the first game of the series. Which is a guy with 13 gold gloves behind the plate.
The second pass ball in the series. So Reyes is in scoring position with 1 out, and now David Wright. David just 1 for 7 in the series, but has very good career numbers against Marquis. 30 at bats. He's hitting .400 against him with a couple of home runs. That's got 2 runs in the first inning last night on Beltran's 2-run homer, trying to get off to a fast start again this afternoon. And with Wright at the plate and Reyes at second base, Espinosa, the second baseman, has been playing way over near the bag, and he's trying to retreat before the pitch, but it gives a lot of room for David to shoot out on the right side.
And David has been going that way. You'd be maybe more inclined to have your shortstop sneak behind Reyes. You've got to push off now. You can't leave that hole for David.
Pudge gets down to block that one. It's 1-1.
Yeah, a situation like this, Garrett, if we can get that overhead look again at the defense with not Desmond, Espinosa holding on the runner. If I would play more out here to cover, make up that room, and give David the line. David hardly hits the ball down the line, and just kind of make up for that territory that's left open.
But how many first basemen have the confidence to play that far away from the bag? I mean, I know LaRoche is a good fielding first baseman, but not everybody feels that comfortable playing that far off the line, do they?
Well, no, but you got to come in too. When you get further off the line, you can't play as deep. So if you come in 5 feet and move further away, then it kind of cuts the distance down to the bag. And my infielders knew how to throw to me on the run too. By on the run, I mean we worked on it in pregame, where I would play deep and I would kind of get to the bag late for them, and they got used to it. Ray, Ralphie, Wally, Tuff, they all got used to me kind of getting there, and they just focused on the bag.
Almost like a catcher throwing to second base.
Yeah, but I was there, but it's not. Well, I wasn't stationary. It was a little bit of movement.
Marquis behind on right, 3-1 with Ike Davis on deck. And David lines one into center field for a base hit. Reyes around third, heads on in, and he'll score the first run of the game. David Wright drives in his 6th run of the year, and it's 1-0 New York. So Reyes keeps getting on in the first inning, and the last 2 nights, the Mets have found a way to get him home.
Well, this is the promising hit right here. Wright has been staying in better on the breaking ball. That's a pretty good pitch right there. And before, David would have pulled off ever since he got hit in the head by Matt Cain a couple of years, was it last year, 2 years ago? And that's a good sign of what we saw all spring and so far this season.
So the Mets have an early run. And here is Ike Davis. 2 for 6 in this series. A 2-run triple in the game last night that took the Mets from a run behind to a run in front. Ike hitting at .345. And second in the National League in RBIs with 9. And Marquis keeps it away from him, 1-0.
Well, Ike has a very good knowledge of the strike zone. He does kind of swing at bad pitches at times, but that's just his aggressiveness. But all in all, he's a very patient hitter for just a young hitter. It's very impressive. And
a little dribbler. Tough play for Marquis. Makes the barehand pickup, and safe at first is Ike Davis, who has himself a rare infield hit.
Well, Reyes puts down a perfect bunt on the first base line, and Ike puts down a perfect swinging bunt down the third base line. Nothing you can do there. And you said it, Gary. Ike is not going to get very many infield hits. Marquis does everything he can do. Just
very close play.
That's a play where you might want to cheat if you're a first baseman.
So 3 hits in the inning, and now Angel Pagan 0 for his last 10. Trying to get himself going, hitting just 167 through his first 30 at bats of the year. For a couple of games, Terry Collins moved him back into the 2-hole. That didn't work out so well. So he's shuffling things around a little bit. Trying to find the combination that'll get Pagan on a roll.
Well, I just think you look at the bottom half of the order with Duda and Emis in the 6 and 7 hole. The bottom half of the lineup is not that strong right now. Both Duda and Emis struggling a little bit at the plate. Harris is really not a fifth hitter. You know, if you're going to pick your poison,
yeah, you would have to hit Duda fifth.
Yes, and Lucas is 2 for 14. Correct. So, you know, it's a 6 or 7 or half a dozen of the other. Pagan is more suited than Harris to hit fifth. And that's all because you got Bay out of the lineup. This should be Jason Bay up right now.
See that number when Reyes scores in the first inning. The Mets win almost 70% of the time. Pagan pops one up foul. 2-1.
We'll take a look at the Coors Light Nationals defense, which hasn't been too sterling so far in this series. There's our old friend Alex Cora. He's getting a start at third base, only his 19th career. How about that? A second baseman, shortstop by trade. And he's subbing for the injured Ryan Zimmerman.
Zimmerman opting to go that way rather than playing Jerry Hairston, who had the rough night in left field last night.
Well, that's the second game that the Nationals have lost on a fly ball that should have been caught. They lost a game in Florida when Jason Worth called off Espinoza on a shallow fly ball and wound up losing that ball game. But Hairston just flat dropped it. He whiffed on that catch.
He said last night after the game that he thought that Ankiel was closing in on him, but Ankiel really wasn't very close at all.
Someone's got to take charge. You got to want that ball.
And sometimes those wide receivers hear footsteps.
That's true.
By the way, how are you adjusting? First game this year of GK and no R?
Oh, it's fine. We always segue right in. We're fine.
This means you have to do a little more chatting. You can be chatty.
Yeah, you can't hand the ball off when it's 2 in the booth.
3-1 to Pagan with 2 aboard and 1 out. And Marquis delivers, and Pagan rips a base into the center field. David Wright being waved around third. Ankiel will make the throw to the plate on a hop. Not in time. A run-scoring single for Angel Pagan to break an 0 for 10 skid, and it's 2-0 New York.
Well, there are promising signs there. We've talked that Angel has been pulling off on the left side. And if you pull off, you don't hit an outside pit. Outer half, you don't do that. You see his front shoulder staying in. And if you pull off, you're going to pull that ball. And this is a good sign he went the other way. That's all I look for with Angel right now.
4th RBI of the season for Pagan. So 4 hits from the first 5 batters against Jason Marquis, who's been consistently behind in the count and paying for it. He was 3-1 on Wright. He was 3-1 on Pagan. Threw ball 1 to Davis before his dribbler. And now a chance for Lucas Duda to do some damage. Just 2 hits in his first 14 at bats, but one of those was a pinch hit double in the opening game of this series. That just kicked up some chalk down the right field line.
It's a great angle right here. Glad we're using it again this season.
Shooting from the bullpen. And Duda hits one out to center field. And Keel drifting back should have plenty of room. Tagging at second is Davis, and tagging at first is Pagan. Davis moves, Pagan stays, and there are 2 out.
Just missed that one. There's no margin for error in the air in this ballpark. That's right down the pipe, right in his wheelhouse. He just got under it. And watch Ankiel's arm prevents Pagan, who was tagging up, from going to second. Pagan does the right thing. You read it now. Okay, it's a fly ball. It's going to be caught. Get back, tag up. But the strong throw in from Ankiel prevents Pagan from advancing.
Brad Emus playing second base today. Hitless in his last 8 at-bats. 4 for 20 on the year. But what is impressed about Emus is that he has made every play in the field.
And he's played smart second base. You can make the plays and throw it to the wrong base. He's been playing smart.
Well, it's a measure of how his stock has risen defensively. That last night, after Terry Collins used Daniel Murphy to bat for Chin Lung Hu, he could have left Murphy in the game to play second base, but instead opted for Emus, who at this point has become the clearly better defender.
When you got 5 guys on the bench and you use 2 players in one move, it gets a little dicey.
Hooked foul. Now, there was some conversation today with Sandy Alderson that he is considering, because the Mets are not getting many innings out of their starter, going to 13 pitchers, bringing up Jason Isringhausen. And of course, that would make the Mets even that much shorter on the bench.
That really kind of handcuffs a manager.
Sandy said he's considered that move a couple of times this week.
He's already handcuffed with the bullpen, Gary, with only one lefty and Tim Burdick out.
Well, what they need to do more than anything else, Dan Worthen and Terry Collins, is to identify the right-handers who they trust the most against left-hand hitters.
Right, they call the crossover.
Right.
Whatever the terms are today.
Well, whatever works for
I
you.
used to say guys that can get lefties that can get righties out.
You know what they're called? Good pitchers.
Yes.
Jason Marquis trying to get himself back on the beam. Here's the 1-2 to Emus, and it just misses outside. 2-2. Marquis, born in Manhasset, grew up in Staten Island, where he still makes his home. Great start at Tottenville High School in Staten Island, where he had his number retired in February of this year. And Emus grounds one out to Espinosa at second base. That ends the inning. But the Mets cash a couple in the first inning for the second straight day. David Wright and Angel Pagan driving in with New York runs. And they give Chris Young a 2-0 lead as we go to the second at Citi Field. All new Mets Weekly, Angel Pagan gives you a personal tour of his hometown in Puerto Rico. Plus, John Neese and Bobby Parnell talk about their off-season hobbies. On Mets Weekly, new episode tonight at 6, only on SNY. Adam LaRoche leads off for the Nationals in the second inning. Mets with a 2-0 lead. LaRoche sat out yesterday. He's been struggling since the beginning of spring training with a torn labrum in his left shoulder. He's had a cortisone shot, and he aggravated it on a throw earlier this week. So he sat yesterday. It does not bother him swinging the bat, he says, only when he throws the ball.
I would think if it was his right shoulder and his lead hand, I think that it would bother him. But I think the backhand is more of the right arm, your bottom hand, which in Adams' case obviously is his right shoulder, right arm. That's the most important arm in hitting. The other hand's more of a guide, just kind of follows behind. So less stress on the shoulder. They just played my favorite song in between innings.
Distracted you a bit?
I loved it.
New York on Sunday?
New York on Sunday, Mel Torme. The Velvet Fog. Who called him that? Arthur Godfrey called him the Velvet Fog. Mel Torme was livid at that description of his voice.
Really?
Never forgave Arthur Godfrey for that.
Did Arthur mean it in a derogatory way?
I think he did. You think Velvet Fog is a compliment? I don't know.
Sounds quite luxurious.
I know.
London fog, velvet fog. You know what George Costanza said, don't you?
No.
He said if it were socially acceptable, he would drape himself in velvet.
You watched more Seinfeld than I did.
Yeah, but people have watched you more on Seinfeld. 2 high, ball 4, and LaRoche is on with a leadoff walk. First base runner for the Nationals this afternoon.
In between innings, after a rocky start here for Marquee, Dan Riggleman came over. Jim, excuse me. We had a little chat.
Well, Marquee clearly was distressed out on the mound.
I think Riggleman calls the strikes, the balls and strikes, calls the pitches. To me, that's. Got a veteran catcher, anybody, even with Tolley.
Here's Mike Moore's taking. I can't believe that they would call pitches for Pudge.
What I want, one of the things that you look at Michael Morse, who's off to a terrible start after a great spring where he hit 9 home runs. I love the fact that Terry Collins and Dan Warthen are letting young Josh Tolley call the ball game. That's how you evolve.
Line to the left, a base hit for Morse. Down to second goes LaRoche, and so the Nats have the first 2 men on in the second against Chris Young. Their first hit of the afternoon.
Well, Chris right now is always pitches up in the strike zone, Garrett, and he was so sharp as you look at the switch hitting Espinosa coming up to the plate. He's up a little bit too high right now. He's got to lower his sights. You know, each start is different. You know, every game is different. Sometimes you go out there and you got everything working for you, and sometimes you go out there and you struggle to find it.
So now Espinosa, who as a right-hand batter last night, had a long home run to left center in a spot where not a lot of home runs get hit in this park, and he pushes a bunt foul. Not sure if that was meant as a sacrifice or trying to bunt for a hit. It's hard to believe that Jim Riggleman would be sacrificing down by 2 runs in the second inning.
I think that was Espinosa's doing on his own there.
Espinosa's been swinging the bat well. He's hitting .304 with a .370 on base percentage. And he swings through the fastball, 0-2.
Espinosa's got some holes in his swing. I've just seen enough of him in this first 2 games of the series. He swings and misses at a lot of pitches upstairs. Letter high.
Well, he's a little guy looking to hit home runs, and he's got power.
Doesn't get cheated. And we've talked about how low Chris Young gets. Seaver, Kuzman got low. Look how he drives off that back foot. So there you go. There you see the big bend. That's getting down and dirty. Seaver and Kuzi used to get dirt on their back knee. They got so low.
Espinosa strikes out, and the runners have to hold despite the ball popping away from Tolley. That's the first out of the inning.
Right. Oh boy, that had to be a cross up, huh?
Looking for the breaking ball, got the express, so they'll talk over the signs.
Well, Chris Young is very happy that he didn't throw what Josh wanted or expected because he got a strikeout.
You know, talking about Young and how low he gets, because he gets so low, he's able to extend that stride so far down the hill, and at 6'10", it's almost as though he's shortening the distance between the mound and home plate.
It's a lot like J.R. Richards, who was 6'8", the great J.R. from the Houston Astros, but the J.R. of course threw 98.
Here's Pudge Rodriguez, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Rodriguez had a 2-run single in the Nationals' victory on Friday, his first and to this point only hit of the year. He's 1 for 13. Now 182 hits shy of 3,000 for his career.
That's a lot of shaking off right there.
Chris Young first came to the big leagues with Texas in 2004, and Pudge Rodriguez was his catcher.
Still can't get on the same page here. How about this? Oh boy, 2 for 2. All right, let me think here. What does he want to throw?
Now they seem to have it figured out.
Wants to come inside. Yes.
And it's popped up foul. Tolley back for a look. And
nice try.
Couldn't quite get it on that short screen. Nearly picked it off.
Nice effort. He did, in and out.
Correct myself. When Young came up with Texas, Pudge had already gone first to Florida and then to Detroit, so they did not play together with the Rangers. There go the runners. Pitch high and tight. Tolley's throw to third, and safe is LaRoche at the front end of a double steal. Not a pair that you'd expect to execute a double steal, but runners tend to take liberties against Chris Young.
Not at all. Would you expect LaRoche to be on the front end of a double steal? So Young is long home. Takes a long time to get it home. I know what you're looking up here. How many career stolen bases for him now?
That's the 5th career stolen base for Adam LaRoche, his first since '09. Rodriguez fouls it off, but that's been a big piece of strategy against Chris Young since Chris got to the big leagues. He has been very easy to steal on, but at the same time, LaRoche stealing third.
But he must have known for sure that he got it. You know, the manager didn't put it on. And the Mets are going to concede here. The run, and shading in the outfield way over the opposite field.
Young looking for the strikeout. Bounces the breaking ball, and it's 2-2.
I think that's a waste here. I think he's going to come back inside, upstairs, try to get the pop-up. And Lucas Duda really shallow in right field.
He's playing Pudge Rodriguez almost like a pitcher.
Gosh, look at that.
Now the 2-2, and Pudge fouls it off. We can take that ball to right field.
He got away with one there. That had a lot of play. That was right down Broadway. Belts high. You saw Pudge shake his head. That was, he knows that was a pitch to hit. This is right down the middle.
Ivan Rodriguez, now 39 years old. 14-time All-Star. Bounces one to second. That'll score a run. Emus throws out Rodriguez. LaRoche comes in to score, so the double steal pays off for the Nats. It cuts the Mets lead to 2-1. Third RBI of the season for Rodriguez. And now Alex Cora will step in. Cora getting the start at third base today with Ryan Zimmerman injured. Morris at third now with 2 out. And the pitch to the former Met, and Cora pops one up behind first base. Davis back. Emis over and calling, and Emis snags it in foul ground. Side retired. The Nats scratch out a run against Chris Young and cut the Met lead to 2-1. That's come to bat in the bottom of the second, leading 2-1. Josh Thole will lead off against Jason Marquis. Thole 2 for 4 in this series, hitting at .350 in the early part of the year.
7 for 20.
And the slugging Chris Young is on deck.
3 for 3, batting 1,000.
What can he do for an encore?
Well, we're going to find out. See if he's that good.
Well, nobody's that good.
He's 55. He could be 5 for 5 at the end of the day.
Well, it brings up an interesting question. The Met pitcher with the longest streak of consecutive at-bats with a hit. The record is 5. And the guy who holds it was a terrible hitter. Thole pops one up into shallow center field, and there's Ankiel for the first out. And of all the pitchers in Mets history who have been able to hit, you know, the Seavers, the Goodins, the David Combs, the Mike Hamptons, the guy who has the record for the most consecutive at-bats with a hit as a Met pitcher is Jerry Kuzma.
Kuzma couldn't hit?
Couldn't hit at all. 5 for 5.
He could sure pitch.
Sure could. Chris Young takes a strike. Well, Chris puts his 1,000 batting average on the line here. He became the first Met pitcher ever to pick up 2 hits in an inning in his start in Philadelphia. And he did that in his first 2 at-bats as a Met.
Chris very deep in the box, as deep as he can get, and very much off the plate. Wow.
Well, he's got good plate coverage. He's 6'10".
You can see Marquis has lost around 3 miles on his fastball. This is 11th season in the major leagues.
Jason, when he first came up, was shoehorned into that Atlanta rotation with Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz and Steve Avery. But he was one of a number of guys who turned out to be pretty good pitchers who just didn't fit there. Jason Schmidt also went through there. Denny Nagel. Chris Young's big day at the plate at Philadelphia.
That one had an RBI in it.
Two to Young, and it misses low ball 3. So Young working a good turn at bat here. There are the numbers for Marquis from his various stops. He had a big year for the Rockies in '09, which led to his free agent contract with the Nationals.
And Marquis, one of the better hitting pitchers in the game today.
Yep. Left-hand hitter with good power.
Thanks, Russ. Russ just brought some coffee.
Oh.
I had a headache.
Got to keep you up. Here's a 3-2, and Young fouls off another one. Well, whether he gets a hit or not here, he's doing some damage. He's already seen 8 pitches from Marquis.
Marquis going to pour the fastballs in, Garrett, but he doesn't want to walk them, that's for sure. If you walk this guy, you've earned it. Let me tell you, that's a big strike zone.
Chris said the biggest part of his offensive night was his infield hit. He said, I'm not going to get many of those. And he takes the call, 3rd strike. And so his perfect batting record as a Met is shattered.
Don't feel bad.
2nd strikeout for Marquis. 2 out and nobody on. Now Jose Reyes, who extended his hitting streak to 8 games with a bunt single and scored a run in the 1st inning. He's now reached base by a hit or walk in the 1st inning in 7 straight games. And he takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, they're forcing Cora to come in there and play tight at 3rd.
I don't know if I'd be as keen to have Reyes bunting with 2 out and nobody on.
Well, any way you get Reyes on base, you'll take it. I'd just like to see Jose steal earlier in counts.
Ground ball off Marquis' glove. Cora with the bare hand pickup, and he's safe at first base. Very close. Marquis thought he had him, and frankly, so did I. But Reyes beats it out for an infield hit.
Well, nice play by Cora here. Let's see. I'll tell you, I thought he had him.
He was out. Let's check it again on slow motion.
Oh, yeah.
He was out. But
nice
to get the call.
But nice hustle by Jose.
All right, Vanover, the first base umpire.
I'll tell you what, Jose ran everything out. Even in spring training, he's clearly out. Everything he busted down the line the entire spring. Showing some socks today.
So he hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield, but he's 2 for 2, a bunt and now a deflection off the pitcher. Great job by Cora to make that play.
Steal. Let's go. Steal on the first pitch.
See, that's the thing about Reyes bunting with 2 out and nobody on. If he were a guy who would steal on the first pitch, it's a better play because you have a better chance of getting him home with a single.
Let Harris get a chance to drive you in. And I know Jose's over there. We don't know. We're not in his head. But he has not yet attempted to steal. He's got 3 stolen bases on the year, and he's perfect. But it's deep in the counts.
By the way, we mentioned Reyes' streak of reaching base in the 1st inning, 7 straight games. He has tied his own club record by doing that. He also had a streak of 7 games in June of 2006. But Reyes using his legs, running well, running hard on every play. This is the Jose that we were used to seeing before he started having the leg injuries a couple of years ago.
And on the other side of the coin, he's never hurt you defensively. Outstanding fielding shortstop, took great arm, plays both sides of the field.
Edging away, but not going. And Harris takes it wide, 2-0. struck out his first time up, playing today against its old team. And he swings through the fastball, 2-1.
You have to see Willie right there. He pulled off that pitch. He knew it. So we've all done it. You pull off on a pitch away and you step out and you take a practice swing with driving that, keeping that shoulder in, front shoulder.
And now it's 3-1. So Marquis, who has spent a good portion of this game behind in the count, is behind again.
You've got to come to Harris now. And Reyes should be in motion.
Jim Riggleman has watched Marquis throw 42 pitches, and he's not yet out of the second inning. Reyes with 3 steals on the year. Let's see if he runs 3-1.
Should.
Not going, and Harris dribbles one foul. 3-2. He'll go now. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. Willie Harris from Cairo, Georgia, birthplace of Jackie Robinson. Reyes gets set to take off with 3-2 and 2 out. LaRoche playing behind him. And Harris takes it on the inside corner. Strike 3 call. So Harris is struck out for the second time. Marquis has his third of the day, and it's 2-1 New York after 2.
John McEnroe's apartment.
Really?
Yes, that's over on Central Park West. I won't point it out. Don't worry, John.
He must have a heck of a view.
He does. I used to jog around that reservoir in my day.
Had some company there.
Yes, it was Jackie Onassis Kennedy. She used to walk around that park all the time. She lived on 5th Avenue right there, across, I believe.
Jason Marquis batting for the first time. Marquis, a lifetime 200 hitter. Not bad for a pitcher. 5 career home runs. And the curveball from Young bounces in 1-2.
Lifetime batting numbers of 106 hits, 529 at bats for Marquis. 29 doubles, 5 home runs, 50 RBI.
50. That's a lot of RBIs.
Yes, it is. That's got my attention. I wrote it down. And 125 strikeouts. That's 29 doubles.
Giving Chris Young a run for his money. He's not a 750 hitter like Young. Dribbles one up the first baseline foul. Mentioned Jason Marquis had his number retired at Tottenville High School in Staten Island. He was a great baseball star there and pitched them to a couple of city championship games. Got to pitch in the big ballparks at Yankee Stadium in Shea. As a kid, it's got to be such a thrill.
Oh boy, I bet.
Here's the 1-2, pulled foul.
I got to play a football game at Old Kezar Stadium, which is where the 49ers used to play before they moved to Candlestick Park, where they play now. And they're moving down to San Jose. They're building a stadium down in San Jose for the Niners, or Santa Clara, I'm not sure.
And Young strikes out Marquis. Second strikeout for Chris Young. One out and nobody on. Ian Desmond coming up. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, guys, pitching certainly changes from game to game. I mean, take Young's first start as a Met in Philadelphia. He threw 2 curveballs the entire game. Didn't throw the first one until the 5th inning in that game. And he had a good one in the bullpen, but just didn't feel it as the game went on. And obviously today's a little bit different. He's thrown a few of those already. But really the big weapon that he developed this spring under Dan Worthen is that split finger changeup, very similar to the one that Mike Pelfrey throws. And I asked him the difference. He said, well, I used to throw a circle change, and I only used to rely on the speed difference. And you know, this is a totally different world because it drops. My circle change didn't really dip. This thing really falls off the table. And you know, throwing it in a real game for the first time last week, the first inning, I thought it felt good coming out of my hand, but Mike Pelfrey was watching the game in the clubhouse, came out after the first inning and said, I don't know what that is, but if that's your change, keep going. It looks tremendous. So Young had a lot of confidence after that. And just to give you an idea of, you know, how close these are, you know, Dan has taught that pitch to Pelfrey, taught it to Chris Young. Just personal preference. Young throws it with 4 seams. Pelfrey throws it with 2 seams. Guys?
Very interesting. The split finger, of course, was brought into play by Bruce Sutter, the Hall of Fame relief pitcher, and then Roger Craig incorporated it into his starting rotation, where Sutter threw it like a knuckleball pitcher 98% of the time. And he had 3 different speeds with it, Gary. He had slow, a little faster, medium, and then real quick, where he threw it in the dirt. What Roger Craig did with the Giant pitching staff, and that was Scott Gereltz and Mike McCoss and Mike Krukow, that good Dodger staff, Giant staff, was he mixed it. He was the first one to have pitchers mix it into their repertoire, make it become their off-speed pitch, and very effective. Ron Darling, of course, what was one of his secondary pitches, Ron's signature pitch.
1-2 to Desmond, and there's that split.
You know, guys, I asked Dan Worthen why that's been kind of the pitch of choice to teach, to add to the repertoire the last couple of years, and I asked if he threw it. He said he did not. He never threw it when he played, but he just feels it's an easy pitch to learn, and you throw it in a lot of ways like a fastball, so he feels it's relatively easy to teach.
And Kev, it comes in, from my experience, trust me, it comes in like a fastball. As a hitter, you cannot read the pitch, particularly if they throw it hard. It comes in like a fastball. There's no seams you can read, like a slider, a little circle in between. It looks like a fastball, and then the bottom drops off. Very difficult.
Desmond pops one up. Playable for Ike Davis, perhaps. And he's got the room to make the grab for the second out. It seems to me that when Sutter first started throwing the split fastball, it was just that. It was a fastball with the fingers split on the ball, but now it seems as though guys are moving that ball back in their hand more and throwing it more as a changeup. Well, and it's not the same kind of pitch exactly as what Sutter was throwing.
I always felt that Scott Gereltz threw a real hard one, and Gereltz threw around 97 miles an hour. He threw bullets for the Giants, and he had a good little breaking ball, but when he threw a hard splitter, and that's the splitter right there. You see how it dropped out of the strike zone. Now it's 79 miles per hour, so that's an off-speed pitch. Now imagine someone throwing that at around 88 if he's throwing 95 and the bottom drops out. That to me is a much more a difficult pitch for a hitter, at least for me, my experience. Because when you take something off a pitch like that, Gare, and that much of the miles per hour differential, then hitters can pick it up, and there's another fly ball right there, another pop-up.
And Eames squeezes it. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Chris Young. Middle of the third now at Citi Field. 2-1 New York. Temperature in the mid-50s. Mets with a 2-1 lead, scored twice in the first inning. RBI hits by David Wright and Angel Pagan, and Wright will lead off in the bottom of the third. It'll be Wright, Davis, and Pagan against Jason Marquis, who had a rough first inning, but a much healthier second inning, as that breaking ball misses inside for ball one.
Mr. Webb, can we get that shot of David up on that plate there again? He looks like he's closer to the plate to me, doesn't he? I like it.
In the shallow center field, and Ankiel is there one way.
So now when you get on top of the plate like that, you're going to get jammed sometimes. It's going to happen. It's going to happen no matter how far off the plate you are. When you get closer to the plate, you got to look area. Now you're that close to the plate. How much of the plate can I cover? If I'm going to go up the middle, can I cover the inside corner of that pitch? No, I can't. So I got to learn to take that pitch and wait for. And I'm looking out over the plate, cover the 3/4 of the plate out, and take the quarter in. Now, vice versa, if you're looking in, you can't hit the outer quarter of the plate. I'm looking at the inner 3/4. So, what did we talk when we talked with the hitting coach, Dave Hudgens, right there? We talked about shrinking the 17 inches of the plate to 13, and that's what I'm talking about right here. His terminology is different than mine. This is more mathematical.
And yours is more philosophical.
Correct. Thank you. I'm very deep.
By the way, we've got a good look at Wright's swing there on the Delta keep climbing overhead cam.
Sorry about that there.
Why should you be sorry?
It was indeed philosophical talk, rhetoric.
1-2 to Davis, who dribbled one up the third baseline for an infield hit. When you're hot, you're hot. Davis now with 367 on the year with Pagan waits on deck. That's 5 hits off Marquis and 2 in a third inning. Pitches already for Marquis, working in the third inning. It's been
shaking off Pudge Rodriguez a lot.
Oh.
That time was shaking off as he started his
And
motion.
he did the right thing. I think I better don't want to cross up my catcher and hit him right in the coconut. Change up.
2-2 to Davis, and he lays off that changeup, and it's 3-2.
See, pitchers are going to finding out that Ike doesn't fish very often, particularly with 2 strikes. It's such a typical ploy of veteran pitchers and young hitters to see if they get 2 strikes on them, to not throw them a strike and see if they go fish. Wants another changeup.
And on 3-2, Ike waves at it, and he goes down swinging.
Well, it happens.
4 strikeouts for Marquis, 2 out.
And did the same thing.
I believe he was going to double up on the changeup. So now here's Pagan with 2 out and nobody on. Angel single to center to drive in a run in the first inning, snapping an 0 for 10 skid for himself. And Angel takes wide for ball 1. I don't know if you heard Terry Collins before the game talking about how Angel, off his big year last year, might be putting too much pressure on himself. Do you buy that?
No, I don't. Not at this point. It's the season's young. You get off hot, you get off slow, you get off medium. He's getting off slow. He's only got, coming into the game, 30 at bats. You know what? 5 for 30 coming in. You go 3 for 4. Guess what? You're hitting almost 300. It can change in one day when you have less than 100 at bats. Now you start getting into around 150, 200 at bats, then you got to think about it. I think he'll be fine. Mets need to get Jason Bay back in that lineup.
Bay today down in Florida is taking batting practice for the first time after swinging off a tee for a couple of days. But it's going to be at least late in the week before the Mets have any kind of update on Jason. So he was originally eligible to come off the disabled list yesterday, but it was never seemed to be a realistic possibility. Those rib cage and oblique injuries, they always last longer than you think they will. Pagan down swinging at the changeup, and so Marquis with back-to-back strikeouts, and he's got himself a 1-2-3 third inning. On to the 4th we go at Citi Field, and the Mets up 2-1. as the series with the Colorado Rockies begins tomorrow night at 7:10 p.m. Tickets start at $10. Visit Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX for your tickets now. Jason Worth leads off in the 4th inning for Washington. The Nats have had just 1 hit over the first 3 innings against Chris Young. Worth fouled out to first base his first time up. And takes a strike, 0-2. Young gave up a walk to LaRoche, a single to Morris, a double steal in the 2nd, and since then has retired 6 in a row, the only run coming on a ground ball out. And Young throws a slider and misses, a ball and 2 strikes. Rockies got a first inning 3-run homer from Jose Lopez to go in front of Pittsburgh early.
I'm looking forward to seeing their star center fielder, last year's batting champion. What a hitter he is.
Talking about Carlos Gonzalez?
Yes, sir. He's as fine a hitter.
Goalie squeezes that one away.
He is as impressive a young hitter as I've seen come down the pipe in a long time.
Seven in a row retired by Chris Young, who predominates with fly balls more than any other pitcher in the game. Twice as many as his groundouts. He's not had a ground ball. That's one ground ball hit against him today. That was the run scoring out by Pudge Rodriguez. You know, it's kind of like when Sid Fernandez used to pitch and Davey Johnson would play Howard Johnson or Kevin Mitchell at shortstop.
Yes, I thought Kevin Mitchell at shortstop was far more bold than Howard.
But it's really the same formula here with Young. You can go with as power laden a lineup as you like, knowing that the infield may not be challenged a whole lot.
Love this shot right here. Just love it.
Adam LaRoche not only drew a walk his first time up, but picked up just his 5th career stolen base, leading a double steal that helped a run.
Very dangerous hitter, LaRoche. Similar players, Ike Davis and LaRoche here. They're very similar. LaRoche is, oh geez, how about that? Bringing that bottle of wine up here. Is that a white? Beautiful day for a white.
Breaking ball hit out to left center, and Willie Harris makes the call. 2 out. So 8 in a row retired by Young, who's settling into a nice groove. And now the National with the only hit this afternoon, Michael Morse, will step in. Morris 2 for 6 in this series. If you're just joining us, the Nationals playing today without Ryan Zimmerman, who aggravated an abdominal strain last night. Talking about the Rockies coming to town, they may be without Todd Helton, their veteran first baseman, who developed some back issues yesterday. In the air to right field, a lot of room out there, and Lucas Duda back onto the warning track to make the grab and end the inning. 9 straight retired by Chris Young, using the big ballpark to his advantage. Lucas Duda leads off the home fourth inning. Lucas flying to center his first time up and takes it wide from Jason Marquis for ball one. Duda making his fourth start of the year, playing in right field, a position he really had not played before spring training this year. Of course, he was new to the outfield at all last year. It's funny, going into last season, Lucas Duda, who was a 7th round pick out of Southern Cal in 07, was not really considered a big time prospect in the Mets organization. But he lowered his hands a little bit, tried to shorten his swing, and produced a big year and really put himself on the map.
Good cut. He's just missing his pitches. Been a little tardy. This is a good swing on it right here. Just needs to get that barrel out a little bit quicker. Big strong kid. He just missed it in the bomb last at bat. Got under it.
Fastball for a strike, 2-2. Southern Cal's produced its share of sluggers.
They certainly have. Fred Lynn comes to mind. Dave Kingman.
Mark McGuire.
Some pitchers too, you know.
Well, that Kingman and McGuire were both pitchers at USC.
Right. Seaver.
Right.
Jim Barr, the old Giant pitcher, who was a very good journeyman, underrated pitcher.
Mark Pryor.
Yep.
2-2 to Duda, leading off in the bottom of the fourth with Brad Emus on deck, and then Josh Tolley. A lot of young talent getting a chance to play last year with Ike Davis's emergence and Josh Tolley taking over late in the year as the #1 catcher. Now Duda getting an opportunity early in the season.
It's a whole new look here. It's a whole new ball game here with this ball club. New philosophy at the top.
I mean, there was a time late last season the Mets had 7 products of their farm system playing at the same time. Duda gets under another one out to right center, and Ankiel will handle this one. One away. Well, today before the game, SNY was joined by Sports Authority to award the first of 6 SNY Play Ball Awards to the Jersey City Junior RBI League. A $5,000 grant will help pay for new catcher's equipment, batting helmets, and uniforms. For details on SNY Play Ball and information on how to apply, visit SNY.TV or any local Sports Authority location. The executive director of the Jersey City Junior RBI League, Joe Napolitano Jr., threw out the first pitch today. They've got over 400 players in that league, ages 6 through 12. And they serve a community with a lot of disadvantaged youths, and they've been having trouble generating revenue with difficult economic times, so that $5,000 grant will really help that Jersey City Junior RBI League. Brad Emus grounded out to second base his first time up. And he takes low and away, 1-1. Brad now 0 for his last 9, has seen his average dip below 200. Came out of the Toronto organization when he was first drafted by the Blue Jays out of Tulane. Their general manager was J.P. Ricciardi, who's now an assistant under Sandy Alderson, and so J.P. had his eye on Brad Emus, encouraged the Mets to take him in the Rule 5 draft, and he won the starting job this spring. Now Marquis with the 1-2, and it just missed. 2-2.
Change up.
And he ties Emus in a knot, but he's able to stop the swing in time, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, Marquis likes his change up today. He's throwing it more than his breaking stuff.
Well, he's retired 9 of the last 10 after a difficult beginning. The only base runner in that span was Reyes' infield hit that went off Marquis' glove. Now the 3-2 to Emus, and he struck him out. So that's 6 strikeouts for Jason Marquis, including 4 of the last 6 hitters to face him.
took something off this slider. He's out in front of this.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Josh Thole, who flied to center his first time up.
Been a lot of strikeouts in this series, Gare. Seems it was 11 last night by the Mets, along with 12 or 10 by the Nationals, and we're on our way to another double digit today.
Chris Capuano last night striking out 8 and winning his Mets debut as a starter. It's only the 3rd Met pitcher in history to do that. Win his first start as a Met and strike out 8. It happened in the first year for the Mets, Galen Cisco against the Cubs in September of '62, and it didn't happen again until Johan Santana did it in his Mets debut in '08. And now Chris Capuano, the 3rd to win his first Mets start and strike out 8. 1-2 to Josh Thole. Tole's backup this year is supposed to be Ronnie Polino, who's yet to play a game for the Mets. Polino was suspended for the first 8 games of the year, the residue of a 50-game suspension last year for performance-enhancing drugs. Polino was eligible to come off the suspended list today, but he's been battling health issues, particularly anemia, and so the Mets today put Polino on the 15-day disabled list, and they cannot backdate that. Right. So it's got to be 2+ weeks before Polino can be activated onto the major league roster.
It means Mike Nikias gets some more major league time.
Thole rolls over one, and Espinosa is in front of it. And so Jason Marquis has settled into a nice groove. He's retired 11 of the last 12. We've played 4 now at Citi Field, 2-1 New York. Flatiron building.
Certainly is.
From below. One of my favorite buildings in all of New York.
It sure is.
Here's your AT&T trivia question. Since World War II, what 2 pitchers are the only Ivy League alums to win 50 games in the major leagues? It's a nice question, considering that Chris Young today is bidding for his 50th career win, and he is an Ivy League product out of Princeton.
So he'll be the 3rd. Look at this.
Are they cold, or are they just playing dress up?
Look like characters out of Dune or Star Wars.
Danny Espinosa leads off in the 5th inning. Struck out his first time up. And he tries to bunt or slug a bunt or something of that nature.
He's lucky he didn't get on his hands. He's trying. That just missed his hand.
Very few players are successful on that. Rafael Furcal, we've seen do it a few times. This time he tries a more conventional drag bunt and fouls that off.
I'd like to know what he's thinking. He's 0-2 now. He's hitting 6th.
Well, he's thinking nobody can get the ball on the ground against Chris Young, so he's trying to figure out a way to do it. I mean, we've talked all day about Young and his propensity to get fly ball outs. It's been even starker than usual today. 9 balls in the air and only 1 on the ground. It's a pretty good formula in this ballpark that it's so large. 0-2 to Espinosa, and a little bit high with that changeup. 1-2. 49 wins, 34 losses in his major league career. And Espinosa just gets pieced to foul it off. By the way, for reference, talking about Ivy Leaguers and what they've accomplished, Chris Young is the 9th Ivy Leaguer to play for the Mets. And most of the 8 Ivy League schools are represented. You have 2 from Yale, Ronnie, of course, and Ken McKenzie, who had the distinction of being the only winning pitcher on the 62 Mets, and was then Ronnie's baseball coach at Yale. 3-2 to Espinosa. You got Harvard represented by Jeff Musselman, left-hander. The Mets got for Mookie Wilson from Toronto. You got Bill Allman for Brown. And that's ball 4. So after getting ahead 2 strikes, Young loses Espinosa to a leadoff walk, his 2nd of the day. Frank Seminara, pitcher from Columbia. Grover Powell back in the early days of the Mets from Penn. And Dartmouth represented by Mark Johnson, big first baseman.
Yes.
And Mike Remlinger. So does that leave out? No Cornell.
I'm surprised Brown got in.
No Cornell and no well, Princeton is represented by Young, so Cornell's the only school left out.
Big Red.
I'm trying to think if I've ever heard of any major leaguer coming from Cornell. I'm gonna have to have our stat guy look that up.
What's his name? Our stat guy? It's new. I haven't seen him before.
To look at his name tag. Butch Rodriguez drove in the only Nats run with a ground out in the 2nd inning. There are 3 Princeton products in the major leagues right now. You've got Young, Ross Ollendorf, who pitches for the Pirates, and Will Venable, the outfielder for the Padres.
Well, Cornell had a Heisman Trophy winner.
Ed Marinaro. Pretty good actor, too, right? Mm-hmm. Angel Pagan settling under it. Doesn't need the sunglasses with the clouds predominating. And Pudge is retired for the first out. 1 out and 1 on at the top of the 5th. And now Alex Cora will step in. Cora fouled out to Brad Emis down the right field side his first time up. Alex had played a season and a half for the Mets. Let go 2nd half of the year last year. Had some time with Texas. And then hooked up with the Nats on a minor league contract this spring. And Young doing what he can to keep the Nats from running wild. See the rather lopsided distribution of outs. The Nats pulled off a double steal against Young in the 2nd inning. And Cora takes a pitch for a strike. Of course, the danger in running here is if you're caught and Young gets the 8-hitter out, now you have the pitcher leading off the next inning.
You don't want to run. A double play is a double play, and Cora certainly is a double play candidate.
And Alex fists one foul, and it's 0-2. Alex Cora now 35 years old. Here's the 0-2 from Young, and it's slapped foul. There's a time when Alex played second base for the Dodgers, and he teamed up with Cesar's Torres at shortstop. They were as splendid a double play combination as has come along in the National League in a long time. And Espinosa back to the bag. Young has allowed just one hit over the first 4 1/3. But you see the kind of trouble he's had over the course of his career holding base runners on. Cora yanks one down the right field line, foul.
If you're wondering why they're holding on and paying attention to Espinosa at first, Espinosa in 2 years in the minors stole 29 bases, and then the next year stole 20. So he's a threat.
They think he's going to be a power guy and a speed guy. Last year, combined majors and minors, 28 home runs, 30 stolen bases. In fact, there's been some talk about Espinosa moving back to his more natural position of shortstop. They've got him playing second base with Desmond at short. These guys could flip positions in the future. Off speed pitch misses, and it's 1-2 to Cora. Okay, our stat guy is a whiz. There have been 11 Cornell players in the major leagues, but none since 1948. Frank Whitman was the last. Played second base for the White Sox in 1948. So there you go. Cora pops one up into shallow left, and Harris comes on. 2 out. So there would have been no chance for the Mets to have a player from Cornell, because they didn't even exist the last time there was a Cornell player in the majors. So 2 out. Espinosa still at first. Now Jason Marquis, who struck out his first time up.
That is the 11th fly ball out in this game issued by Young.
Can you think of any other pitcher that you've seen who works as consistently up in the strike zone with the lack of velocity that Chris Young has and been successful with it?
No. I think the fact that he gets so low in his delivery, Gary, we showed it earlier, how low he gets with that push-off leg, his right leg. That as he's up tall, 6'11", and as he pushes down, his body's got to come down with the drive forward. I think it makes him more deceptive to pick up.
Almost like maybe a right-handed Sid Fernandez. I mean, they used to say of Sid that it looked like he was pitching uphill. That unusual delivery he had, where he'd get really low.
Well, Sid also short-armed and almost threw like a catcher. I never could figure out when he threw so low and how he had such a great down hook.
That's right.
He had a great overhand hook, and I never could figure. He must have got a whole lot of spin out of that, because he got so low and threw almost out of his ear. You see the pitch count right there. Very good ball strike ratio. That I always said, how in the heck does he get that snap on the curve?
Because they usually tell pitchers throwing curveballs to stand tall, right? Call strike to Marquis, 2-2.
There's Sid.
Sid had a lot of success as a Met, 10 years in the uniform. 98 wins as a Met. That puts him 1 behind Ronnie, who is 4th on the Mets all-time list. There goes Espinosa, and Marquis rockets one to deep right. Back goes Duda, has room out there, and he reels it in to end the inning. Another fly ball out for Chris Young. Halfway through at Citi Field, it's 2-1 to York. At Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Mets.com for details. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question, shall we? We asked, which two Ivy League pitchers since World War II have won 50 games in the major leagues? Well, Ronnie Darling, of course, is one of them. The other is Jim Beattie, who came out of Dartmouth. Well, Ronnie had a winning record, 135 wins and 114 losses. Beattie not quite as fortunate, pitched with some awful teams. He was 52 and 86.
Pitched primarily up in Seattle, if I recall.
Yep, back in the early days of the Mariners. Chris Young took a call, third strike, his first time up. By the way, we mentioned Sid Fernandez in the last inning. Sid is the answer to a trivia question that I asked you guys in Philly and never answered. The Met pitcher who's had the most 3-hit games in his Mets career.
Sid could hit.
Sid had 4 3-hit games.
I always was an marveled at Sid, you know, but much like we mentioned earlier, I marveled at how he got that curveball spin. I also marveled at that little boiler that Sid had, how he rotated those hips when he swung. Yeah, he was a threat up there. Sid had an idea.
Saw him hit more than one ball off the wall and get a single out.
Well, we'll never forget him against Game 7 in that World Series against the Red Sox. Our savior.
He was the difference maker out of the bullpen.
He was the big kahuna.
Still is. Sid always had a good time.
He made Rich Gedman look like he'd never taken a swing in his life. Rich Gedman had no clue. And that's not a criticism. That's just a compliment to Sid. And I remember that story. Sid was told that
Young strikes out for the second time.
Sid was told he was not going to be in the starting rotation. And I remember Rusty telling me that he went up to Sid and told Sid, hey, I know you're disappointed, but don't. This is all about the World Series now and the team, and I know you want to start. You just be ready. They're going to use you in this series. And they're going to use you in long relief. And you're going to have to hold the fort. And sure enough, Game 7. What a job he did.
Well, Sid did a great job out of the bullpen. Right now, above the bullpen, Kevin Burkhardt is hanging out. Kevin?
Nice segue, Gary. I see what you did there. Very nice. You know, as Reyes bats for the Mets right now, I think an interesting part in this batting order today and going forward for the Mets is going to be the number 2 hole. I mean, Terry Collins in spring training said that he wants to have a consistent batting order, and you can see when Jason Bay comes back, Angel Pagan will likely be the guy that most days will be in that 2 spot. But so far it's been Pagan, and Willie Harris was there today splitting time. And the dynamic is an interesting thing. You had Luis Castillo, who was ultra patient, always ran the count deep and gave Reyes a chance to run. Reyes, of course, doesn't really steal too early in counts often. And I asked Reyes about working with the 2-hitter. He said, look, as far as Pagan goes, we've got a great communication. And I told him, don't worry about me. Do your thing. I'll do my thing. If you get a good pitch to hit on the first pitch, I expect you to hit it. And that's the way I want him to approach it. But, Keith, you know, if you're Pagan or today Harris, what's your approach there? And does it change your approach? Pagan has said he's very comfortable with 2 strikes, so that doesn't bother him. But mindset-wise, how much changes there, Keith?
Well, for me, as Reyes grounds to short, nice play by Desmond. Kev, I would, before I make a decision whether I want to stop taking pitches, because Reyes has not shown that he likes to steal early in the count. I'd go to the skipper. I'd go to Terry Collins, say, Terry, I'm taking pitches and I'm getting in the hole here. Would you mind if I just start being more aggressive? Get the okay from the manager. The manager's the boss.
Harris has been up twice and struck out both times. Hits the first pitch through the hole for a base hit.
And that just beat me to the punch right there, Kev. I was going to add to the fact that when Reyes is on first base, okay, fine, you want to take a pitch, he steals. But also when Reyes is on first, you've got the middle infielders at double play depth, kind of shading up the middle. And the first baseman holding Reyes on, the ground ball in the hole right there, just as what Willie Harris did. With Reyes at first, it's first and third. And it serves a better purpose than Reyes stealing a base and you get him over. You got Reyes at third with 1 out. You got first and third, nobody out.
So now Harris on with 2 out. Here's David Wright, who singled in a run in the first inning, fly to center in the third. A base hit by Willie Harris snapped a string of 9 in a row retired by Jason Marquis, who struggled in the first inning but has been sharp ever since. That's got both their runs in the first. Run scoring hits by Wright and Pagan. The Nats got a run in the second against Chris Young on a ground out, and that's been it as both pitchers have settled in nicely into the middle innings. Now Wright's up in the count 2-0. And David takes inside ball 3.
Give him a hit sign.
Haven't seen much of that from David over the years.
Yeah, they give you the hit sign. You don't have to swing. If you're not comfortable, you have the option.
Mike Davis hit a home run on a 3-0 pitch in the first week of the season. And he has no chance of swinging at that one. Wright is on with a walk. First of the afternoon issued by Marquis. In fact, the first walk he's issued this season in his first 2 starts.
And it gets Ike Davis up here with yet another chance to drive in a run.
Ike has at least 1 RBI in 7 of the first 8 games this year. Now he has a runner in scoring position with 2 down. That's for 4 for 14 with runners in scoring position yesterday after going 0 for 10 in the opening game of the series. Ike is 1 for 2, a little dribbler for an infield hit back in the first, then he struck out in the third. And he takes it on the outside corner. Didn't think that was a strike.
Boy, oh boy, I thought that was outside. You see Davis at corner. I don't think so.
No. Don't keep climbing overhead cam confirming that. 0-1 to Ike. Broken bat liner toward the middle, base hit. Harris around third. He'll come in to score. Ike Davis shatters a bat and picks up an RBI again. 8 out of 9 games. That's his 10th of the season, and it's 3-1 New York.
Well, you know what? This is the broken bat single. It's a pitch up and in. It's good hitting. It's good hitting. Good swing on the pitch. Up and in. Tough pitch. Strong enough to muscle it out there. He continues his clutch hitting and 2 for 3 on the day.
And the Mets now 3 out of 5 with runners in scoring position today. Angel Pagan, who drove in a first inning run, will get another crack here. Jack Godin will start to get loose in the bullpen for the Nats as Jim Riggleman makes his way out to the mound. We've seen Riggleman come to the mound in non-pitching change situations on multiple occasions in this series.
He's a hands-on guy. I think he gets his infielders in here. What are you going to tell your infielder? I mean, you got 2 outs.
Not with Ike Davis on base.
Riggleman's a hands-on manager.
Caddy, the pitching coach, hanging out in the dugout as Riggleman has said his piece. 91 pitches for Jason Marquis. He retired the first 2 here in the 5th, but Willie Harris scooted a base hit through the hole. Wright drew a walk, and then Davis broke his back but drove in a run. That's now with 7 hits off Marquis. Pagan 1 for 2. Angel grounds the first pitch right to Espinosa. And that retires the side, but the Mets tack on a run. Ike Davis with his 10th run batted into the year. 5 in the books. It's 3-1 New York. Chris Young starts the 6th inning against the top of the Washington batting order. Ian Desmond takes a strike. Some of the youngsters on hand enjoying the first Sunday afternoon outing at Citi Field. You got
$20 fine.
Or even. Well, Chris Young, 3rd time around the batting order now, and he has been exactly what he was advertised to be, a fly ball machine.
Yes, 12 fly ball outs in the game, Gare, and this is a much less strenuous outing for him in Philly. He cruised for the first 4 innings, got in trouble in the 5th, and kind of left it there and didn't finish the 6th. This one here, he is just cruising right along, only giving up 1 hit. What more can you ask for?
And that was a single. It was a double steal that eventually cost him a run. And a call 3rd strike to Desmond. 3rd strikeout for Young. Let's check in with the studio. Jonas Schwartz is there for a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Rick Ankiel lines one to right. Lucas Duda picks it off 2 out. Shane Victorino has a home run off Derek Lowe in that game for Philadelphia.
Phillies bounced back from the opening loss in that series. Crushed Beachy, that young rookie pitcher, yesterday. Now this is the critical for the Phillies right now. The Braves have made some moves. Let me tell you, they're a team to watch. This is an important series in Atlanta. For the Phillies to go down there and set the tone in Atlanta in their backyard and take a series, that'd be big.
Well, the Braves without Jair Jurgens this time around the rotation, although they say that he should be ready to face the Mets next weekend as Jason Worth takes high. And also their young first baseman Freddie Freeman has gotten off to a very difficult start, hitting well under 200. Jason Worth has been up twice and fouled out both times.
I talked with a scout in spring training, and everybody says the Braves, the Braves, the Braves. He goes, but you know, they got 2 question marks. A lot is depending on Freddie Freeman. A lot is depending on Nate McLouth. And what happens if they don't hit? Where are they going to pick up the slack?
Well, the other piece is, as well as he has looked so far, health-wise and offense-wise, you don't know if Chipper Jones can play a whole season healthy at his age, with all the injuries he's had the last few years. Another foul pop-up off the bat of Jason Worth. That's 3 at-bats and 3 foul outs for the big money free agent. A 1-2-3 inning for Chris Young. He is through 6 solidly with a 3-1 lead.
Frank Lloyd Wright building.
Love to walk around in circles up the Rams. Beautiful, beautiful building. Lucas Duda leads off for the Mets in the bottom of the 6th, leading 3-1. Trying to take the rubber game of this 3-game series. Duda's been up twice, flying out to center field both times against Jason Marquis, who throws a fastball in for a strike. That's got 2 runs in the first inning. The Nats scratched one back off Young in the second. And the Mets put together a 2-out rally to tack on a run in the 5th. One and one to Duda with Brad Emis and Josh Tolley to follow here in the bottom of the 6th. Mets welcome in the Rockies tomorrow. Rockies were up 4-0 after the top of the 1st today in Pittsburgh. Pirates now lead 5-4 in the 4th.
They're playing well under Clint Hurdle early in this season.
Jag Godin up again in the Nationals bullpen. Luis Chacin, who pitched so well in his first start for Colorado, getting roughed up there after being handed a big early lead. Three and one now to Duda. Mets will not face Ubaldo Jimenez in the upcoming series against the Rockies. The Colorado ace on the disabled list with a cracked cuticle in his pitching thumb. Didn't want that to get any worse, so they stashed him on the DL for a couple of weeks, and that means he'll miss that series.
But what a start he had last year in that first half. His second half was just not even close.
It was pedestrian. And Duda's a pedestrian. He walks down to first base. Second walk given up by Marquis. Mets get the leadoff man on for just the second time in the game. There's the score, bottom of the 6th in Atlanta, with Cole Hamels working on the shutout, bouncing back from his dreadful start against the Mets. And here are some of the things that we've been talking about with the 2 favorites in the National League East.
Well, I think Ben Francisco, he impressed me in Philadelphia. In that ballpark, that kid swings out of his shoes, but he's got an idea up there. He can be pitched to, but I think he's going to have a big year. It's a big break for him. It's a big chance to play every day with the departure of Jason Worth, who's out in right field here with the Nationals today. I think Francisco's got a world of potential. And I think the starting rotation of the Phillies is going to be just fine, Garrett.
Well, for all the hype, they should be better than just fine. Amos grounds one foul, and it's 1-1. I mean, the most important thing for any team is to have the confidence that your pitcher on any given day is going to give you a better than even chance to win.
Keep you in the ball game.
And they have that.
That's something that we had in the 80s in our starting rotation. We knew every day going out there we could hit too. Took a lot of pressure off the offense. 3 runs is going to get you a win most of the time.
The Mets have had that in both of their championship seasons. You know, whether it was Seaver, Kuzman, Gentry, or whether it was Good and Darling, Ojeda.
Far more pressure at the 100 pitch for Marquis. Far more pressure on the Met pitching staff of 69 than on the 86 Met pitching staff. That was not a big hitting lineup. And they got Clendenin, that kind of turned things around for the Metsies. The Amazings.
1-2 to Brad Emis, and he lays off the slider.
They are the Amazings. You know, they still call the Mets the Amazing Mets. To me, the 69 Mets are the Amazings.
Although Casey Stengel dubbed them the Amazings in 1962 when they were losing 120 games. The Amazing Mets. Two from Marquis, and Emis lays off again. Emis has done a nice job of extending at bats, not chasing bad pitches. The results are not quite there yet. 0 for his last 10 at the plate. But now he's worked the count to 3-2.
I think you can
fully on deck.
I think you put Duda in motion here. Full count.
Moving up to the top step. He's ready to pull Marquis at any moment. Up to 102 pitches. 3-2 to Emis. Duda runs, strikeout, double clutch by Pudge Rodriguez, and Duda's in safely with a stolen base. Pudge had trouble getting rid of that ball. So even though Emis strikes out, Duda moves to second.
Well, the double clutch right here is the difference, because he would throw Duda out. He did the transfer right there out of the glove.
You see, he also got hit on the follow through by Emis's bat, which might have caused the double clutch. Look at the Mercedes Ultramo, brought to you by your Tri-State dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. Now Josh Tolley with a runner in scoring position.
Was he out, Gare? Let's see. Oh boy.
With that leg up in the air.
You don't want to do that, kids. You want to slide into the bag with your feet going right into the bag. Your foot.
Carlos Beltran, after his big day yesterday with 2 home runs, getting today off. Tolley bounces one to the right side. LaRoche ranging wide and makes the sidearm toss to Marquis for the second out as Duda moves over to third. So not 2 away, and Chris Young's going to stay in and bat for himself, and why not, the way he's been going. 95 pitches over 6 innings. He's allowed just 1 hit.
The fans like it.
Well, he got a big hand on opening day Friday after his performance in Philadelphia, and he's backed that up with one even better so far today. At the plate today, Young has cooled off a tad, struck out both of his at-bats. He takes a strike.
See the outfield defense and Worth, who likes to play shallow, and even more so. Very shallow in the outfield, all 3 outfielders, and rightly so.
Remember, Chris Capuano hit one over Worth's head in right field in last night's game. That went for a double.
Well, the odds are this. Look, the runner's on third base. A base hit in front of the outfielders is going to score him automatically. If it gets over their head, it's a double. So you play the percentages here.
So now Marquis ahead 0-2. And Young goes down swinging. Third time he's been struck out today. That's 9 strikeouts for Jason Marquis, but it's the Mets who have the advantage after 6. Young leading 3-1. the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. And by Toyota. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you love, only better. It's the ultimate source for Mets information with a complete breakdown of today's Mets National Series finale, plus a preview of tomorrow's matchup against the Rockies on Mets Blog, presented by Verizon, featured on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Adam LaRoche getting out ahead of the first pitch from Chris Young and yanking it foul. As we start the seventh, DJ Carrasco up in the Mets bullpen. And LaRoche pops this one up down the right field side. Duda over for a look, but that's in the crowd. And quickly it's 0-2. Young getting ahead of the count more often than not. And I think getting everybody to hit the ball in the air. 22 batters, 16 first pitch strikes. Tyler Clippard up in the Nationals bullpen. LaRoche has scored the only Washington run tonight. He walked in the second. Wound up stealing third as part of a double steal and came home on a ground out as Young's changeup barely misses 1-2. Michael Morris has the only hit, a second inning single. He's on deck. And the split misses low, 2-2. There's Morris, Danny Espinosa behind him. And LaRoche lifts one in the air. What else is new? Pagan is under it. And the fly ball parade continues.
Number 15.
15 fly ball outs, 1 ground ball out. I mean, you could take your infielders and give them the day off. Look at that.
They can just be batting cage major leaguers. Just swing the bat.
Well, they have to be there to catch pop-ups.
That's true.
So here's Morris, who has the only hit against Chris Young today. And he takes a strike.
And 6 of the 15 are infield pop-ups.
One ball has reached the warning track. And that was one hit by Jason Marquis out to right field in the 5th inning that Duda caught easily. Chris Young came from a pitcher's park in San Diego at Petco Park, and he's working in another one. And that split misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Morris. It's not even sunny, and Morris is wearing sunglasses at the plate.
The blue blockers?
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Chris Young with his 4th strikeout. He's now retired 8 in a row.
Well, breaking ball here. No change. Complete out in front. Right down the middle. Didn't go down at all. So that's a hanging splitter. And just the change of speed fooled Morris.
So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Espinosa, the last man to reach against Young. He walked in the 5th inning. In fact, he's the only man to reach since Morris's single in the 2nd. Young has retired 17 of the last 18. And he misses high for ball 1. So this is quite a Citi Field debut for Chris Young. The Mets hope will settle in and have this kind of a season for them. It's exactly what Sandy Alderson envisioned when he signed Young to an incentive-laden contract, figuring if he could be a fraction of his best, that the Mets would have won big time on that deal. 1-2 to Espinosa. And with the start that Mike Pelfrey, their opening day starter, has gotten off to, the Mets have needed somebody to step forward, and so far Young appears to be that guy. One very good start in Philly, and now an even better one today. In there for a call, strike 3. Espinosa down looking. Young has retired 18 of the last 19. He's through 7 with a 3-1 lead. No matter where you are. Look at folks strolling around near Madison Square Park.
Tomorrow, Mike Pelfrey makes his third start of the season opposite Jason Hamill as the Mets begin their series with the Rockies here at Citi Field. Mets Rockies coverage begins with Pepsi Max pregame live tomorrow at 6:30 only on SNY.
Chris Young coming off after that top of the 7th, getting handshakes all around. His day probably done after 108 pitches, but how could he have done much better? Just one single over 7 innings for the 6'10" Young in his second start as a Met. Now the Nationals go to the bullpen for the bottom of the 7th. Chad Godin comes on in relief of Jason Marquis. Godin working for the second time in this series. Worked 2/3 of an inning here on Friday, walked a couple. DJ Carrasco getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Bobby Parnell worked the 8th inning with a 2-run lead yesterday, struggled, so we'll see whether Terry Collins goes in a different direction in today's game. Fans up and stretching for the 7th inning stretch. Mets have been in front since the first inning, getting an outstanding pitching effort today from Chris Young. And hoping that's enough to take 2 out of 3 in this series and go back over 500 for the year. Mr. Med working hard on a Sunday. No blue laws for him.
Top of the batting order for New York against Godin in the bottom of the 7th.
Jose Reyes 2 for 3 on the day. A bunt single in the first, scored a run. And then he banked one off the pitcher that dribbled for an infield hit. Although Alex Cora looked like he threw him out. Reyes got the call. So he's 2 for 3 on the day, has an 8-game hitting streak going. Ball 1 to Reyes. Jose with his 2 for 3 today, now hitting a .325 for the year. And he takes a strike 1-1.
Jason Marquis threw 109 pitches over 6 innings, allowed 3 runs, 7 hits, walked 2, struck out 9. The 9 strikeouts for Marquis is most in a game in 7 years. Last time he struck out as many as 9 was in 2004, pitching for the Cardinals against the Dodgers. Marquis had a big strikeout game, but the Mets were able to ping him for 3 runs and 7 hits. Reyes lofts one out to shallow right, and in comes Jason Worth. 1 away. Well, early in the game, we saw quite a number of bare-handed plays on the infield.
This was the opening the game with the bunt, and you see the 2 fingers picked up by Rodriguez, but here with, well, both Marquis and Cora had multiple fingers. Marquis had 4, so he threw a palm ball basically over to first base, had nothing on it, and you saw Cora there who had the rush to throw. He put more on it because he had 3 fingers. When you're rushed, you haven't got the luxury to make sure that you get your 2 fingers on the ball, your index and your middle finger, to make a strong throw. Reyes had that leadoff bunt beat out, so I think Pudge saw it in front of him and had plenty of time to get the proper grip. But Marquis did not have time. He had to rush it, and so did Cora.
That was an Ike Davis's infield hit. 0-2 to Willie Harris, is 1 for 3 on the day, and Godin misses with the fastball. 1-2. Willie singled through the hole into right and scored on a 2-out hit by Ike Davis in the 5th to stretch the Met lead to 3-1. And he ties up Harris. 2-2. Now the 2-2. And a backdoor breaking ball in there to get Harris looking for the second out. It's 10 strikeouts for Washington pitching today.
Nice backdoor breaking ball here. He wanted it in. He missed on the other side of the plate. Now Godin, he wanted it down and in, and he threw a backdoor. He missed on the outside corner. So not by plan.
Hey, all they chalk up on the scorecard is the result.
I hear you.
Not the plan. 2 out and nobody on. Here's David Wright. A single and a walk today. He's driven in a run. He's scored a run. So David is 1 for 2. Batting here with 2 out and nobody on. And Godin rushes one inside. Ball 1. Wright's first at bat against Godin. Ball and a strike. Look at the Mercedes-Benz Ultra Mode, brought to you by your Tri-State dealers, on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Just a little bit long on that swing right there, a little tardy. They're pitching David in. And there you go again. David starting to lift that front shoulder again.
Do you think he unconsciously does that in situations like this? 2 out, nobody on, when you're looking to drive the ball?
There he is, getting beat inside again too there in that fastball. Bad habits are hard to break. But I do like the fact that David is staying in on the right-hand breaking ball this year thus far. And he is closer to the plate.
And he's eliminated a lot of that pre-swing movement from the past. Strike 3 called. Godin surprised him with the fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Chad Godin. Gets him through a 1-2-3-7. Now it's on to the 8th. Let's go to their bullpen, leading 3-1. Carrasco will come on.
You can see his numbers. He's been outstanding. 2 big outs. His first 2 outings for the Mets. Came in trouble and did excellent job in relief.
Mets bullpen stays busy. Taylor Buckholtz, the right-hander. Tim Burdack, the left-hander, behind Carrasco. So after Bobby Parnell pitched rather ineffectively in the 8th inning each of the last 2 days, it's Carrasco who gets the call with a 2-run lead today. Pudge Rodriguez leads off and skims one foul outside first, 0-1. Mets bullpen has given up 7 walks in 7 innings in this series. So finding somebody to come in and throw strikes is of great importance to Terry Collins right now. Doug Slayton, the left-hander, Tyler Clippert, the right-hander, up in the Washington bullpen. A ball and a strike to Rodriguez.
And I got to believe, Gary, it's going to be a frequent sight we're going to see in that Met bullpen is Burdick getting up. You see the Mets numbers in the bullpen this year. Is that if he's the only left-hander in tight games, he's going to have to be up late if there's a left-handed out to be had.
Hutchins went out to right field, chasing Duda to the gap, and it's over his glove and rolling to the wall. Rodriguez goes to second and stops there with a double. Well, you lose a little bit in right field with Lucas Duda playing out there, and it costs the Mets perhaps.
Well, there's a situation right there. You got the 8th inning. You maybe want to play a little bit deeper. Don't want to give up the extra base hit just with a 2-run lead.
So a leadoff double for Rodriguez, and now Lance Nix is going to bat for Alex Cora. And Matt Stairs out on deck to bat for the pitcher. So Jim Riddleman going to his left-handed bats off the bench. Nix batting for the second time in this series. Hit a long fly ball that Pagan ran down on Friday that Angel turned into a double play as he doubled Ryan Zimmerman off first base, or Adam LaRoche off first base. Nix had played last year in Cincinnati and has good power. He lifts this one out to shallow right center, and in comes Duda to make the call and the catch for the first out. Rodriguez holds at second, 1 away. Let's check in with Jonas Schwartz. He has a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. All right, Jonas here, 3-1 New York as the Nationals bat in the top of the 8th. And Matt Stairs is up to pitch hit.
You can see dead pull Reyes on the right side of the infield. Outfield, surprisingly, Harris out and left. You would think with where Pagan is up here and Duda for dead pull, you'd think that he would be more in the gap.
Stairs has pinch hit in each of the games in this series, at a walk on Friday, grounded out yesterday, facing Carrasco for the first time, and he takes low and inside 2-0. Matt Stairs, now 43 years old, spends his offseason as a high school hockey coach up in Maine. Ian Desmond on deck, and Stairs says, "My job is to come to the plate and try and hit a home run. Get my one at bat."
He looks real fit, doesn't he?
He does.
So I bet you when he played hockey, he was the enforcer.
He's got more pinch hit home runs than anybody in Major League history, 23 of them. And his next pinch hit will be the 100th of his career. Rodriguez at second. Carrasco behind 3-0 and throws a strike.
And a slider for a strike. Very fearful that maybe Stairs would get the 3-0 hit sign. Got to run something away here. Try to get a ground ball. If he wants to try to pull it out of here, you'd be my guest.
And that misses ball 4, and now the tying runs are on base. So after Young cruised through 7 innings, retiring 18 of the last 19 to face him, Carrasco's given up a double and a walk against the first 3 hitters he's faced. And that'll bring Dan Worthen out of the dugout for a conversation with Carrasco.
I thought that pitch was a strike here. It wasn't low.
We'll get a pinch runner for Stairs. Jerry Hairston Jr. will come in. He'll carry the tying run at first base.
Let's watch this pitch. I think it's close. Let's see if it had the middle. Boy, it had inner half. That was a pitch that Stairs could have ripped.
Tells it keep climbing overhead cam. I would have to think Brian Gorman saw that as down. So Stairs gets the walk. Hairston runs for him. Tying runs aboard with 1 out. And here's Ian Desmond, who's had a tough series at the plate, just 1 for 12. But the 1 hit was a home run yesterday. Carrasco looking for the double play ball, but he misses wide for ball 1. So the Mets bullpen, which is staggered at times over the first week and a half of the season, struggling here in the 8th.
You notice the outfield defense a lot deeper here. Keep that ball in front. No extra base hits.
And Desmond pulls off, and it's 1-1. You got a left-hand batter, Rick Ankiel, on deck. Rodriguez at second. Hairston at first with 1 out. 3-1 New York, 8th inning. And Carrasco's 1-1. Desmond pops it up behind second base. Tough play for Emis. He's not going to get there. Rodriguez around third. He heads for the plate. He'll score. Hairston goes to third. A pop fly single for Ian Desmond plates a run, and the Met lead is cut to 3-2.
This was just a bloop. Unfortunate. And Pagan playing deep. First broke back. He couldn't have got it anyway. He couldn't have placed that better. Like a loft. Oh. And good read on the back side here. And that's by pinch runner Jerry Hairston. Excellent read going to third.
So now the Nats are a fly ball away from tying the game. First and third and 1 out for Ankiel. And he first pitch swings and fouls it back. 0-1.
And the defense on the Mets, they're playing back to get 2 on the speedy Ankiel here into the corners. But if Wright gets a ground ball at third, don't go home. Turn the 2. If he's playing in, if he gets a ground ball playing in like he is at third, or Ike at first holding the runner on, you got to turn the 2.
There goes the runner. The pitch low and inside. Totally can't get a throwaway, and Desmond steals second. So now the tying and potential go-ahead runs are in scoring position, and that takes the double play out of order.
Well, so much for that analysis. That's out the window with that stolen base. See how the Mets play it. They're going to concede. The only guy that's got a chance to throw the runner out at home is back to the pitcher or to David Wright.
Now you don't want to play in and risk giving up 2 runs here. So they'll concede the tying run on the ground ball. And again, Tolle has to go down in the dirt to stop it, and it's 2-1. Buchholz and Burdack both ready in the bullpen as Carrasco a little bit unlucky. And the ball that Pudge hit probably gets caught by a more experienced right fielder. The ball that Desmond hit right off the end of the bat, a little duck snort. But in between, he walked Matt Stairs, which didn't help. Now it's 2-1 to Ankiel with 2 in scoring position. And now 3-1. Jason Worth is on deck. So it's getting mighty difficult quickly for DJ Carrasco, who will celebrate his 34th birthday on Tuesday. Trying not to ruin the cake. Swing and a miss at the fastball, 3-2. Strikeout will feel sweet for Carrasco now. 3-2 to Ankiel. Ground ball. This will tie up the game. Emis throws out Ankiel, but in to score comes Jerry Hairston Jr., and it's a 3-3 game.
Oh, what a shame for Chris Young here. Really threw a fine ball game.
That's going to be all for Carrasco. Jason Worth is coming up. Taylor Buchholz will come in to face him. So the Nats have rallied for 2 runs here in the top of the 8th to tie up the ball game. And now Buchholz will try and keep it tied. The call to the bullpen brought to you by Lincoln. We'll be right back. Brasco faced 5 batters, gave up 2 hits and a walk that cost him 2 runs and the lead. Now Taylor Buchholz will try and get the final out here at the top of the 8th.
Interesting move by Terry Collins. He lifted a right-hander to go against a right-hand hitter in Worth with another right-hander. So, Gary, you mentioned it in between the break. Feels that the curveball may be more problematic. The good curveball of Buchholz more problematic for Worth.
Buchholz pitched a 1-2-3 inning yesterday, got Worth on a fly ball to center field in that game. Worth today really struggled against Chris Young. 3 foul ball pop-ups, 0 for 3, and Worth just 1 for 12 in this series. The potential go-ahead run, Ian Desmond is at third with 2 down as Buchholz comes on to pitch. Worth with his 0 for 3 today, hitting just .206. And Buchholz's first pitch curveball in for a strike. So Chris Young will wind up with a no decision today after a stellar 7-inning, 1-run, 1-hit performance. Adam LaRoche would be next. And Worth takes up and in. 1-1. On 1-1, Worth takes the curveball wide. 2 balls and a strike. Worth has 1 hit in 4 career at bats against Taylor Buchholz. Desmond at third with 2 down. You have to worry about bouncing that curveball with that go ahead run 90 feet away. Only wants the fastball. Lifted foul down the right side. That'll go out of play, and it's 2-2. Buchholz making his 5th appearance. He's been as effective as any reliever the Mets have thrown out there this year.
Curveball? No, fastball in. Shut him off. He wants to go to the hammer.
Two to Worth. And he lays off, and Tolley does a nice job sliding over to block that to keep Desmond from scoring.
You're not lying here. This is a tough one. That's just using your equipment right there. Nicely done, Josh.
Not only get in front of it, but deaden it so it doesn't roll away. So Desmond's still at third with 2 down. So what do you go to? They threw him a 2-2 curveball. You come back to it on 3-2.
Hammer. Well, he wants to throw the fastball.
And Worth watches it high and away. Ball 4. And now runners are at the corners. So Buchholz unable to put away Worth. Now we'll have to go after the left-hand hitter, Adam LaRoche. You got the lefty Burdack available in the bullpen. So if you're Terry Collins, do you make the move here, or do you leave Buchholz in?
This is the first time, and he's going to stay with the right-hander.
Burdack faced LaRoche in the opening game of the series and struck him out. But this time it's Buchholz who gets the assignment. Mets shift the infield. Reyes playing just to the right of second base. LaRoche is 0 for 2 and a walk today. First and third and 2 out. Tie game, 8th inning. And LaRoche fouls back the first pitch fastball. 0-1.
Big cut by LaRoche right there. First ball fastball hitting. Fastball away.
Buchholz has done well against LaRoche in the past. LaRoche is just 1 for 6 against him. Some folks can hardly watch.
Either that or he might have been out late last night.
All he had to do was be here last night, and he would have been out late. Fake to third, and Worth is not fooled. Desmond at third. Wright playing off the line, so Desmond get a pretty big lead.
Big pull here on the infield. Fairly straight up in the outfield.
Here's the 0-1. And this is inside a fastball, so he's gone with 2 straight fastballs against LaRoche. A ball and a strike. See the numbers for LaRoche against Buchholz, who, like so many of the pitchers picked up by Sandy Alderson, is trying to bounce back from some injury-plagued seasons. Here's the 1-1. Good off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2 to LaRoche.
That is a big pitch there, 1-1. Good change.
Now Buchholz trying to put him away.
Another change. There's a timeout right there. Totally.
We'll talk about what to throw, and I want to talk as well about the possibility of Worth taking off from first base. You got some speed at third with Desmond. So if Worth were to run, would you throw through?
Yes. Reyes is the only guy that's going to cover.
One and 2 to Adam LaRoche. And he bounces foul. With another changeup.
So you can't pull on a steal here, Gary. You can't pull that trick play where the shortstops they're playing normally in the second baseman. You have the one play where the shortstop cuts in front of the bag to prevent the run from scoring and try to get the runner to go and advance. You can't do it with Reyes playing where he's at, deep and in the outfield grass on the right side of second base.
Coming from a strange angle there.
Yep, he wouldn't be able to have time even to get there in front of the bag.
Again, the 1-2, and the curveball misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Buchholz has gotten to 2 strikes on Worth, and LaRoche should having trouble putting them away.
See, Reyes is playing right here. There's just no chance that he is going to get in front of the bag of a stolen base attempt. Fastball away. On the same page.
Two. And he missed with it badly. And now a full count to LaRoche.
Now Ike's got to play behind the runner. There you go, Ike. Got a baby. That's an automatic. And get deep. Push back. Cover ground. Even though you got Emus behind you. Push back with the pitch. Covering back up as much as you can when the pitcher breaks from his belt.
So Worth will get set to run. 3-2 to LaRoche. Desmond faking down the line from third, and the 3-2 changeup is low ball 4, and it's back-to-back walks from Buchholz to load the bases. So he had both Worth and LaRoche set up, but couldn't put either one of them away. The 2 walks have filled the bases, and now Michael Morse will come to bat with a chance to untie this game. Third walk of the inning issued by the Mets bullpen after Young walked only 1 in 7 innings.
Now recall, both at bats, the hitters were behind the count. Buchholz was ahead. Can't put him away. Wants to mess around with changeups and curves.
So here's Morris's 1 for 3, a single back in the second inning that was the only hit off Chris Young. And the curveball gets him lunging, 0-1.
Morris is just completely lost. Good call on him, way out in front. He's off to a terrible start.
Morris, the 8th man to bat in the inning. Bases loaded, 2 down. Goes right back with the curveball and gets ahead 0-2.
Morris is just holding. He's just gripping the bat so tight.
Had a great spring training. Hit 9 home runs to win that left field job.
Well, he's just about to leave 3 on here.
So Buchholz again on the verge of getting through this and keeping this a tie game. Oh, 2 to Michael Morris.
He struck him out with a curveball. Taylor Buchholz walks the pair but gets the big out after the Nats tie the game in the 8th.
City Field. Mets look for a win and to win this series. Meanwhile, that's the probables for the next series starting tomorrow with the Rockies. And maybe the Rockies, at least one of their most intriguing players is the guy who will start on Tuesday. Esmail Rogers, a converted infielder that was signed out of the Dominican Republic. Maybe rushed up a little bit last year where he had some starts, some appearances out of the bullpen. Left-handers hit 380 off of the right-hander. But this year, his first start of the year was a gem. In that game, he went 7 1/3, allowed just 4 singles, retired 18 in a row in a victory against the Pirates. He's a guy that's got a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, a great curve, and also a good change. But he could be dominating. He could also walk the ballpark. And we know about the Rockies, their stars, Tulowitzki and Carlos Gonzalez. But one scout told me their bullpen just loaded with power arms. That's really their M.O. Rogers in that power arm category. Right now, Mets would like a power bat in the form of an Ike Davis home run. Gary and Keith, take it away.
And Tyler Clipper will come on to pitch for the Nationals as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Got 2 enormous outs here on Friday. Ike Davis, first man up against him. Ike is 2 for 3 on the day, an infield hit and a broken bat hit. And he takes below the knees for ball 1. It'll be Davis, then Pagan and Duda for the Mets in the bottom of the 8th. Mets led all day until the top of the 8th when the Nats rallied a tie against Carrasco. And Clippard behind 2-0.
Nice little fastball count, but the only reason why it's a fastball count is because Ike, very good eye at the plate, took 2 changeups for balls.
And a fastball strike, 2-1.
I'd like to see him swing 2-0 there.
Defensive changes for the Nationals. Jerry Hairston Jr., who pinch ran, stayed in the game at third base. Lance Nix, who pinch hit, stays in the game in left field. So Mike Morse is out. Pitcher goes in his spot. 2-2 now to Davis. Good relief outing for the Nationals by Chad Gaudin, who struck out a pair in a 1-2-3-7 before the Nats tied the game in the 8th. Brooks Fielder taking over the National League lead in RBIs today. Carlos Beltran, who had 2 home runs yesterday, bat in hand, batting gloves on, ready for an assignment. 2-2. And Davis fouls off the fastball. And Jason Marquis is now off the hook. Marquis pitched pretty well after a rocky first inning. 6 innings, 3 runs, 7 hits, 9 strikeouts. And no decision now for him. Pagan waiting on deck. 2-2 to Davis. And the changeup misses. 3-2.
Good eye by Ike. Not the least bit fooled by the off-speed pitch. It's a very good changeup by Clippard.
It's the one that devastated Reyes and Pagan in a big spot on Friday with the Mets down by a run. Here's a 3-2, and he struck him out with a fastball. So Clippard fans Davis. That's 12 strikeouts today for Washington pitchers, including the last 3 Met hitters in a row.
I got ahead in the count, 2-0, and boy, Clippard came back and got him.
So 1 out. Frankie Rodriguez, who had a 4-out save last night, gets up in the Mets bullpen, ready to pitch in the 9th inning. Here's Pagan, who singled in a run back in the first, since then has struck out and grounded out 1 for 3. And he drops a bunt foul. Tyler Clippard on the mound for the Nats. Let's check in with Kevin.
We know now, guys, that springs don't mean everything at all. I mean, Mike Morse, great spring. He's having an awful start. Tyler Clippard had an awful spring, having a great start to the season. And I asked him about it. He said, you know, first time in my career, I kind of felt like I was, you know, going to be on the team. So I threw a lot less this offseason. It took me a while to get my mechanics this spring. As Pagan takes high, and you know, he said the great thing about that was, you know, I felt comfortable. I knew it usually takes me a certain amount of time, and Jim Riggleman in the middle of the spring said, listen, you're going to make this team, you're going to be important in this team, do what you got to do, I'm not worried about you at all. And he said it was great. Last 3 or 4 outings of spring, I got in the groove, and here he is throwing well.
Well, if his mechanics were a problem, he has found the proper mechanic, because he appears to be in a great groove right now. He's ahead on Pagan, 1-2. And Angel fouls off the fastball. Down to the bottom of the 9th in Atlanta. The Phillies leading the Braves 3-0. So it looks like Cole Hamels bounced back quite nicely after his rough outing against the Mets.
Who's coming in for that save? Contreras?
52, I think, is Contreras. Again, the 1-2. And it's pulled on the ground to second. Espinosa slides over and gets Pagan 2 away.
That's the signature pitch of Clippard. He throws very hard. Mid-90s, and he's got that great changeup.
So now Duda, who's 0 for 2, walked and stole a base in the 6th inning. Just 2 for 16 to begin the year. With a terrific power, and the Mets wouldn't mind at all if he were to unload one right here. And he takes a fastball for a strike from Clippard. Had scored 2 runs in the first inning. They tacked on a run in the 5th. Had a 3-1 lead going to the 8th before the Nats rallied to tie.
There's a curve.
This is 1-1. Clippard started out as a starting pitcher with the Yankees. In fact, he pitched a game against the Mets at Shea Stadium as a Yankee. Down the middle for a strike, 1-2. So Duda finds himself in a hole. And he goes down swinging. Impressive inning for Tyler Clippard. Gets the Mets 1-2-3, striking out 2 of the 3. 9 Mets in a row have been retired as we go to the 9th, tied up. Mets Nationals series finale, plus a look at the Knicks and Rangers as well. All coming up on Geico Sports Night, starting tonight at 10:30 p.m. only on SNY. Taylor Buchholz, who got the final out in the 8th inning after stumbling with a couple of walks, will stay on for the top of the 9th in a 3-3 game. Danny Espinosa will lead things off for the Nationals. Chris Young went 7 spectacular innings today, allowed just 1 single. But he'll take a no decision. DJ Carrasco 2/3 of an inning, 2 runs, 2 hits. And now Buchholz, who struck out Morris with the bases loaded to finish the 8th, starts the 9th against Espinosa, who's 0 for 2, a walk and 2 strikeouts. And it's taken high for ball 1. Espinosa, then Pudge Rodriguez and Lance Nix due up for the Nats in the 9th. Buchholz falls behind 2-0. Espinosa 1 for 7 in the series, but the 1 was a long home run in the game here yesterday off Chris Capuano. He turns out of the way, and it's 3-0. Buchholz, who walked the first 2 to face him, is behind his first hitter here in the 9th, 3-0. Pitchers walked 9 in the first game of this series, 4 yesterday, and 4 so far today. Here's strike 3-1.
Don't be taken here. 3-1. You get a good fastball to hit, rip it.
Mets bullpen is still very much a work in progress. Inside, ball 4. It's a leadoff walk to Espinosa. Bullpen has pitched a lot of innings early in the season, and there are a couple of options waiting for the Mets. Jason Isringhausen is in St. Lucie and extended spring training, ready to go if the Mets want to make a move. Manny Acosta, who cleared waivers, is with Buffalo and available if the Mets want to make a move. And You know, it's kind of telling here today that Bobby Parnell, who had been the 8th inning guy, did not get the call in the 8th inning today. Whether he was available or not, we don't know.
Well, he pitched 2 days in a row.
But I think, you know, the overall picture right now is that, you know, other than Francisco Rodriguez, everything in that bullpen is potentially changeable.
Wow.
Pudge Rodriguez gets a bunt down and moves that go-ahead run to second base. Can't imagine Pudge has been asked to bunt all that many times in his career.
I tell you what, I'd rather put a hit and run on. First pitch, hit and run. You got a guy that's walked his first batter he's faced, been up in the strike zone. You got a veteran hitter.
Mercedes-Benz Ultra Mo brought to you by your Tri-State dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. Well, Terry Collins on his way out to the mound. You got the left-hand hitter Lance Nix due up. And so Tim Burdack will come into the game to face him with the go-ahead run at second. We'll be right back. Comes out of the bullpen for the 5th time this year.
It's been a little bit of a rough go for him of late. Mr. Burdack
comes in to face Lance Nix, who will bat for the 2nd time. Came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th and flied out. Espinosa the go-ahead run at second base, and Burdack eyeballs him before pitching to Nix. There are 2 right-handed bats on the bench for the Nationals, but one of them is Ryan Zimmerman, who was taken out of the lineup today because of a strained abdominal, so he's probably not available. The other is the backup catcher Wilson Ramos. So Jim Riggleman sticking with Nix, who's been a platoon player for most of his career against the left-hander. He's 0 for 3 in his career against Burdack, and he takes the slider off the plate for ball 1. Burdack, the 4th Met pitcher. Both Carrasco and Buchholz have struggled in relief. Carrasco 2/3 of an inning, 2 runs, 2 hits, and a walk. Buchholz 2/3 of an inning, 3 walks. And another slider misses, and again a Met pitcher's fallen behind 2-0. Jerry Hairston Jr. is batting 9th in the order, a right-hand hitter. He's on deck for the Nats. .3-3 game in the 9th, and it's ripped down the right field side, foul. You know, often the strategy at home is to bring your closer in a tie game in the 9th inning. But with Francisco Rodriguez having gotten a 4-out save yesterday, perhaps Terry Collins is reluctant to do that today. A-Rod available in the bullpen.
He's available if the Mets push the lead.
Yeah, but you can't have it saved once it's 3-3 in the ninth.
That's true.
Popped up foul backing out of play, and that's why, you know, road teams tend not to use their closer ninth inning and beyond in a tie game, but home teams do. Now Burdak's worked his way back to 2-2 against Knicks. Reyes playing right behind Espinosa at second base, so he can't get far away.
In there for a call strike 3. Got him looking at the fastball.
So Burdak throwing all sliders finally gets Knicks looking for the second out.
Can't look with 2 strikes. Just can't do it. And he was set up, as we say.
So that's going to be it for Burdak. He does his job getting the left-hand hitter out. Now with Jerry Hairston Jr. coming up, it will be K-Rod to try and get the final out in the top of the ninth inning. Well, you might lose a soda, but at least you catch a baseball, right? Use a cup if you have. His 4-out save last night has to get an out here in the top of the ninth. Facing Jerry Hairston Jr. with a runner at second and 2 out. Up for the first time. Hairston swings and fouls one off. 0-1. Walks have really plagued the Mets bullpen in this series. The relievers for the Mets have worked 8 2/3 innings in these 3 games and walked 11. Sean Burnett up in the Nationals bullpen. He's been closing games for them early in the season. Hoping to have a lead to work with in the bottom of the ninth. Just the 4th appearance of the season for Francisco Rodriguez. It's interesting that Terry would have him available for the ninth but not use him to start the inning.
I think it's because he threw all those pitches last night.
There goes the runner from second, and Hairston pops one up into shallow right.
And Lucas Duda settles under it. Inning over.
K-Rod comes on, throws 2 pitches, gets 1 big out, and now the Mets will try and win it in their final turn at bat. Daniel Murphy will come up as a pinch hitter. Well, back for Brad Emus as the Mets try and yank one out of their final turn at bat. Carlos Beltran has a bat in his hands. Josh Thole is on deck. Beltran would be behind him, hitting for the pitcher. So Murphy, Thole, and then probably Beltran here in the last of the ninth against Tyler Clippard, who set the Mets down 1-2-3 in the eighth. And the first pitch on the way to Murphy, swung and missed, a fastball, 0-1. Murphy had an RBI single as a pinch hitter in the game last night. Terry Collins said he considered starting Murphy today, but Murphy's been so important as a left-handed bat off the bench. He wanted to keep him in that role. And he lifts one foul, and Clippard quickly ahead of him 0-2.
And I think in this situation here, Gare, where yesterday the Mets took the lead and Murphy was part of that, he didn't keep him in for defense. Murphy's going to stay in the game here if it remains tied.
Clippard with the 0-2, and he misses with the fastball. Ball and 2 strikes. Phillies close out the Braves 3-0. The Phils now 7-2. Braves fall to 4-6. Here's the 1-2, and Murphy pops it up. At third base, Jerry Hairston Jr. calls. One hands it for the out. So Clippard has faced 4 and retired 4. And now will take on Josh Thole, who has had 2 career at bats against Clippard. He's 2 for 2 with a home run.
Well, I'll tell you what, Clippard's very impressive. He overmatched Murph there. Murph never got the barrel of the bat out. Never had a chance against that fastball. He throws hard. It's hard to throw a ball by Murph. Murph's got this short stroke.
A strike called to Thole, 0-1. Lane Boyer is up in the Mets bullpen. Mets have not had a base runner since a leadoff walk to Duda in the 6th. Pulled foul. And Clippard ahead 0-2. By the way, just a correction. Earlier today we had a note about, it was our trivia question, the only 2 pitchers since World War II to go to Ivy League schools within 50 games.
Will we stand corrected?
Mike Remlinger, who pitched for Dartmouth, won 53 games. So add him to the list.
Who gets the fine in the truck on that one?
Here's the 0-2 from Clippard. Foul ball, and that one caught the home plate umpire Brian Gorman.
I'll tell you what, Clippard are just bringing it up there. Ties up Thole here.
Oh, and by the way, another correction. I think you said Ed Marinaro won the Heisman Trophy. He finished second.
He did? He didn't win the Heisman?
Pat Sullivan won it that year. Auburn.
Oh, I stand corrected.
That's okay. We're all wrong.
We're messing up today, aren't we?
Well, we'd just like to make sure we set the record straight. It's not whether you fall, it's how you get up.
That's right. I agree. Ed was the #1 draft pick of the Minnesota Vikings, though, right?
And I think he set the NCAA rushing record 3 years. They didn't let freshmen play in the Ivy those games. 0-2 to Josh Thole. And he struck him out with a fastball. Boy, Clippard just looks phenomenal. 5 up and 5 down against the Nationals right-hander.
I'm just seeing some hitters overmatched.
That is 14 strikeouts for Washington pitching. And now Carlos Beltran will get a crack at Clippard. Coming off his 2-home run game last night. Carlos 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter this season. 4 for 24 in his career. 2 out last of the ninth in a 3-3 game. And Beltran swings and misses at the curveball, 0-1.
Well, we mentioned earlier, Gary, in Philadelphia, as a matter of fact, I believe, that Carlos from the left side of the plate is having trouble with the off-speed stuff. And they're playing back, 2 outs, no extra base hits.
Beltran can get on. Reyes would be next. 1-1 to Carlos. Beltran's multiple home run game last night was his 16th for the Mets. Only 2 players have had more in Mets history. Darryl Strawberry had 22 multiple home run games, and Mike Piazza had 17. Beltran now with 16. Had a pretty good cut of the fastball, but fouled it back. 1-2. Both the home runs came as a right-hand batter.
2 strikes. You got to protect the plate.
Now Clippard with a 1-2, and Beltran pops it up. Rodriguez coming back for a look, but that's back in the crowd. Beltran batting for Francisco Rodriguez, so K-Rod faced just the 1 batter through 2 pitches. And if the game goes to the 10th, the Mets will have to go to the bullpen again. Clearly that was by design for Terry Collins. Otherwise he would have used K-Rod very differently. To the right side, and Espinosa in front of it. Traps it and throws out Beltran, and we're heading for extra innings at Citi Field. 12 Mets in a row have been retired. On to the 10th, tied at 3. Is brought to you by IO. Get the best in HD free with IO TV. By Lexus. By Geico. And by Citi. Mets will play their 2nd extra inning game of the season. They won their 2nd game of the year in Florida in extra innings. Blaine Boyer will pitch the 10th.
Been a little rough outing the last couple times for Blaine as his ERA has skyrocketed. The hits are alarming to the innings pitched.
Ian Desmond leads off in the 10th inning. Desmond hit one off the end of the bat that parachuted into center field for a base hit to drive in a run as the Nats came from behind with 2 in the 8th. Desmond 1 for 4 on the day, just 2 for 13 in the series. And he takes a fastball at the knees, 1-1. The Mets have now used 6 pitchers today. Chris Young was brilliant for 7. Allowed just a run on 1 hit. DJ Carrasco got touched for the 2 runs in the 8th in 2/3 of an inning. Taylor Buchholz went 2/3 of an inning, walked 3, but then Tim Burdack struck out the only man to face him in the 9th, and K-Rod got an out on a fly ball from Jerry Hairston, his only batter, and Boyer now in the 10th. Lane pitched an inning here on Friday. No runs, 1 hit. Desmond hits it out to right center, and Duda has it lined up. 1 away. So 1 out in the top of the 10th. Here's Rick Ankiel, whose ground ball out drove in a run to tie up the game in the 8th. 0 for 4 on the day. Drew Storen, the right-hander. Sean Burnett, the left-hander, up in the Nationals bullpen. And the way Jim Riggleman has been working things would probably be Storen if the game is tied. Burnett if the Nats have the lead. Blaine Boyer, former Brave, former Diamondback, made the team on a minor league deal in the spring. Beat out Jason Isringhausen for the last spot. But as we mentioned early, is he down in Florida throwing and waiting for the call? As he told me when he decided that he would accept that assignment, that he was going to give it 2 weeks. So we got about 5 more days before 2 weeks kicks in.
And his back issues are resolved?
Yeah, he said it's no big deal at all. Jason Worth on deck. I would have to think that at some point Izzy's going to be here. Whether his arm can stay healthy over a full season is very much an open question. But Terry Collins certainly liked what he saw from Jason Isringhausen this spring, and the Mets are not going to let him walk away without at least giving him a crack at it. You wouldn't think. 2-2 to Rick Ankiel. Off the fists of foul ball at 95 from Boyer. The Nationals are already playing their 3rd extra inning game. They're 1-1 in extra innings. They won an extra inning game in Florida right before they got here on Thursday night. 2-2. Check swing. Did he go? Nope. Third base umpire Dan Bellino gives him a pass, and it's 3-2.
You never know today, and they'd like to ring you up today's game. No swing at all. Definitely not. Good call.
Full count to Ankiel, and he grounds one weakly. Murphy hurries in, throws across his body, and gets it. Daniel Murphy, who pinch hit for Brad Amos and stayed in the game at second base, handles that one nicely for the second out. So 2 out and nobody on, and now Jason Worth will be the batter. Met fans have been giving it to Worth every at bat in this series.
That was a Philly.
Is there something more than that? Is there some lingering animosity against Jason Worth? I mean, this isn't Shane Victorino or Chase Utley.
There isn't a fan in the ballpark that would have turned down $7 million. What did he sign for?
7 years, $126 million.
I'd like to show me one fan down there that would say, no, I don't want it.
I don't think it's the money. I think it's the, as you said, it's the Philly connection. 1-1 to Worth, who's 0 for 3 today, just 1 for 12 in the series. Big story in this game has been the Washington bullpen, which has thrown 3 hitless innings behind Jason Marquis. Todd Clipper just unhittable for his 2 innings of work. There's a strike, and it's 1-2 to Worth. Jason Worth began his career in Toronto, went to the Dodgers, where he had one very productive year, but then injuries plagued him. And it wasn't until he landed in Philadelphia that he was able to realize his potential, and got better and better over the last couple of years. Leading to the Nats shelling out the big bucks. Ground ball. Reyes backs off to grab it. And he gets Worth side retired. Nice inning for Blaine Boyer as he sets him down 1-2-3. Now Reyes, Harris, and Wright will try and get it done for New York. The Nationals at the bottom of the 10th.
Well, Storen was going to be their closer. Got off to a little bit of a rocky start, and now has been sent into the late innings of relief. But you see the 1.59 ERA.
You saw him a couple of times this spring, and he was just getting hit all around the ballpark, which is what led them to hesitate at giving him the closer's role coming out of the gate. They'll face the top of the batting order here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Reyes, Harris, and Wright. Jose has 2 hits today, a bunt single in the first. He scored a run, and then he banked one off the pitcher Marquis' glove for an infield hit in the second. Since then he's grounded to short and flied to right. The Mets haven't had a hit since the 5th inning, when Ike Davis's broken bat single drove in the 3rd Met run.
You can see the corners, third baseman in tight. Jerry Hairston, of course, at third.
So Reyes leading off the bottom of the 10th, takes a fastball from Storen for a strike. Well, the Nationals bullpen in this series has been very, very good. Storen was part of that on Friday afternoon. Pitched a 1-2-3 inning in the Nats win. Bounced foul by Reyes, and it's 0-2.
Check this motion out, Gare. Watch how stiff-legged he is. Hardly any kick up. It's almost like Bronson Arroyo, but knee high to a grasshopper version.
Arroyo has that high stiff leg.
Right.
Arroyo pitched a gem yesterday for the Reds in beating Arizona. Now Storen ahead on Reyes, 0-2. And Jose lines one up the middle, a base hit. Well, the Mets have their first hit since the 5th inning, and from just the guy they won on base to start the 10th.
Well, things happen. This is a down fastball. Oh, right down the pipe. Jose goes down and gets it. Nicely done, Jose. Exactly what the Mets need here. That man on base.
3rd hit of the game for Reyes. So let's see how the Mets play here with Willie Harris. You've got Wright and Davis to follow. So you have to figure Harris would bunt, because the way Ike has been swinging the bat, you wouldn't mind at all if they walked right to get to Davis. Harris is 1 for 4 on the day. Hairston charging from third. And Harris lays off and takes a strike.
I don't think they walk right to get to Davis. Davis is swinging the hot bat and the clutch bat.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they would do it, and you'd be happy if they did.
You pitch to right, and you hope to get him out, and then you walk Davis to pitch to Pagan.
Right. Harris trying to make something happen against his old team. Had a base hit and scored a run in the 5th. Reyes getting down in running mode. Harris takes high, 1-1. '23-year-old Drew Storen, who pitched his college baseball at Stanford. Short apprenticeship in the minor leagues before being called up last season. And it's up and away, and now it's 2-1 to Harris.
Boy, do you switch to a hit and run here? It's a hit and run count? Don't know, with Storen all over the place here.
Reyes has not had a stolen base from the 7th inning or later this year. Would he run here in the 10th? Harris gives himself up and fouls it off, and now it's 2-2. So now what do you do?
You got to hope for a 3-2 count.
Do you keep the bunt on with
No,
two strikes?
No. Swing the bat. Left-hand hitter, good hold, a hit between first and second. LaRoche holding, not only holding on the runner at first, he has to guard the line. So, is someone calling the balls and strikes? Slider.
2-2 to Harris. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The golden sombrero for Willie Harris. The 4th time he's been struck out today.
Well, pretty good breaking ball here. This is Storen's big pitch. And that's a beauty.
Well, the key came before that, of course. Willie Harris has to get the bunt down in that spot. Couldn't do it. So now Reyes still at first with 1 out for David Wright. David 1 for 3 and a walk. Singled home a run back in the 1st inning. So that was a big out for Storen without the runner moving. Storen checks in on Reyes.
And Reyes with a little extra big lead there, if you notice, Gary. And we always said up here that you can almost tell when Reyes is going to steal and when he's not.
First pitch breaking ball by Storen, 1-0 to Wright. I often wonder with a guy like Reyes, who is so reluctant to run early in the count, whether you, as a manager, you would consider giving him a must-run sign.
Force the issue.
I mean, so much of stealing bases is feel. There he goes. Bounce down to third. Hairston's got it. Reyes is going for third. Hairston gets the out at first, and Reyes arrives without a throw. Now he's at third base with 2 out and could score on a wild pitch or a mistake on the infield.
Well, I'll tell you what, all the third baseman had to do, Hairston, was just to fake a throw. I know he didn't even have to fake. Well, this is the other end. Jose doesn't hesitate here. If we can get an overhead look. I mean, Reyes would have been dead to rights.
So now the potential winning run is at third with 2 out. Mike Davis will be intentionally walked. And we'll see who they choose to pitch to, Pagan or Duda. They might be reluctant to walk Pagan to load the bases where a walk would force in the winning run. But they will walk Davis, who's been the biggest RBI bat in the Mets lineup so far this year.
You make a point because you got Hairston and Nikias on the bench. It would have to be Hairston to pinch hit.
So there's ball 4 to Davis. So now runners at first and third.
Now watch Reyes and keep an eye on the third baseman here. Here we go. Let's watch the throw. Where's Reyes? Oh boy, he never stopped. He had him dead to rights.
Jim Riggleman again grouping his infield to talk about what they're going to do here. You've got Pagan coming up. Doug Slate, the left-hander, is up in the bullpen. But it's going to be Storen to stay in here to pitch to Pagan, who's 1 for 4 on the day, singled and a run back in the first. The question is, does he get much to hit? Reyes, the only man that matters. All that Davis's presence means is that they have a force play at second base. And that's important with a fast man like Pagan at the plate. Ball hitting the hole. Chance for an out they might not get otherwise. Reyes faking down the line, trying to draw the balk. But Storen staying motionless and finally stepping off. Reyes came about 35 feet down the line. And Pagan takes the breaking ball down for ball 1. Got to be wary about the breaking ball here, even with a 13-time Gold Glover behind the plate. A wild pitch could end the game. One note to Pagan, trying to win it for New York. And he grounds one to the right side. Adam LaRoche handles it cleanly, and we'll move on to the 11th inning. So Storen gives up the leadoff hit to Reyes and gets out of trouble. Still tied. Pitching performance by Chris Young, 7 beautiful innings. But the Nats tied it in the 8th, and now the Mets have gone 6 pitchers deep as we start the 11th. And Adam LaRoche, who hit an 11th inning home run in Florida to win a game on Thursday night, leads off. Wilson Ramos out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher, who's hitting in the 5 spot in the order. Behind him is Espinosa. And LaRoche takes high from Blaine Boyer, 2-0. Boyer pitched a 1-2-3 10th inning. LaRoche 0 for 2. He's drawn a pair of walks today, and pitchers have walked 6. Big cut at the fastball, 2-1.
Well,
Carrasco gave up the 2 runs to tie it. Buchholz walked 3. Burdack and K-Rod each retired the only man to face them, and Boyer pitched the 1-2, 3-10. That's with the big shift on against LaRoche, who hits one through the shift and into right center, a base hit.
Now do you bring back the pinch hitter and let the pitcher hit and bunt him over? And they're going to do that. Absolutely.
It'll be Jordan Zimmerman, who was the starting pitcher here on Friday night, who will pinch hit for Drew Storen and look to get the bunt down. So after the Mets got the leadoff man onto the bottom of the 10th and could not execute the bunt and wound up stranding Reyes at third, the Nats will try and move their leadoff runner along with Zimmerman. And the Mets charging hard with right. Good bunt by Zimmerman, and Boyer has to go to first with it. 1-4 on the sacrifice, moving LaRoche up to second base. So it works out exactly the way Jim Riggleman had hoped. He is able to save his backup catcher for later use if necessary, and gets that lead run to second base.
Well, you see everybody charging here on the bunt, and just a perfect bunt.
Well, Zimmerman, who probably wasn't expecting to get his spikes on today, gets congratulated. Dan Warthen heads to the mound before Boyer works to Danny Espinosa. Now you got Espinosa, a switch hitter with some power at the plate. You've got the veteran right-hand hitter Pudge Rodriguez next. Meanwhile, the trainer is going out to look at Adam LaRoche out at second base. He's been kicking with his left leg as though there might be some problem with that. He's been suffering with a torn labrum in his shoulder. And Jim Riggleman and the trainer want to know if he's all right.
Well, Riggleman's only got two guys on the bench left, and that's Ramos and Zimmerman. That leadoff single by LaRoche really saved him.
And you have to assume Ryan Zimmerman is not available.
Let's see what happened. Oh, yeah, you can see he's kind of crippled there.
Running very gingerly. Of course, even at his best, LaRoche doesn't run
he's
fast.
Coming out. Oh, my gosh.
So they're going to have to use Ramos, I would suspect. Now, we saw Pudge Rodriguez play some first base during spring training. Not particularly well, but that might be what they have to do now if Ryan Zimmerman is not available. Zimmerman not in the lineup today because of a strained abdominal muscle. So the last man on the bench for Washington supposedly would be Wilson Ramos, who's going to come in to run. Nix and Stairs have both been used. Harrison's in the game at third base. That leaves Ramos and Zimmerman, and Ramos is in now to run for LaRoche.
That's why I don't like the 12 pitchers. I just would love to have that sixth bench guy. Riggleman is just hamstrung here.
So I would imagine that unless they do it the opposite way, they'll have to play Pudge at first and Ramos behind the plate. So here's Espinosa with the go-ahead run at second and one out, and he swings at the first pitch fastball, 0-1. Espinosa, 4 plate appearances today, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts.
They're not guarding the lines here, of course, with a base hit wins the ball game. Straight up all the way around.
0-1 from Boyer, and he makes him skip. 1-1.
Almost hit him.
Sean Burnett gets up again in the Nationals bullpen, hoping for a save opportunity. With Storen having been pitch hit for and nobody else in the bullpen, it would appear Burnett's going to come in either way. Again, it's in tight, and that did hit him. Espinosa's nicked by the pitch, and so he goes down to first base.
Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry. Get out of the way of the ball. Get out of the way. Please, you're not up there to get hit in the elbow. You're up there to drive in a run.
He's got the elbow pad on. He was apparently happy to be hit.
You got to be kidding me. Hitting left-handed? Let's go. Swing the bat.
Well, so now it actually works in the Mets' favor, or it could, because you've got the right-hand hitting, slow-running Pudge Rodriguez, a double play candidate.
What, you don't want to drive in a run? Let's go.
So Boyer, who is a sinker ball pitcher, will try and get the ground ball here from Rodriguez to get himself out of the inning. Pudge today 1 for 3 in a sacrifice. He doubled to right center and scored back in the 8th inning. First and second and 1 out. And Pudge takes a fastball for a strike. 94 from Boyer.
How many hit batsmen in this series, for crying out loud?
There were 4 in the game last night.
Sorry, folks. I could let my bad side come out. It's a day game.
Hit hard and under the glove of Murphy and into right field. Here comes Ramos around third. Duda with the throw to the plate, well up the line, and the Nats take the lead. So Pudge Rodriguez, who had a big hit here on Friday, again shoots one to the right side, gets it past Murphy, and drives in Ramos with the go-ahead run. 4-3 Washington.
Well, Pudge does it again, same way, same spot, going the opposite field. He just hit that ball much harder. The backside of the runner here, the backside takes the extra base here.
It's Espinosa going first to third.
And that's a good move. Force the cutoff. Very aggressive. Bo Porter, third base coach, sending the runner. That was force a good throw to get him.
So the Nats may be running out of players, but they've got themselves a lead. And here's Lance Nix. Up for the third time. Swings and misses at the fastball. 0-1.
And the Mets playing back for 2. Not coming in all the way here to cut off the run. They're going to play back in the middle for double play.
So Pudge Rodriguez, who came into this series without a hit, had a big RBI hit Friday, 2 hits today, and drives in the go-ahead run in the 11th. Hold foul, and it's 0-2 to Nix. Well, the Mets led this game 3-1 going to the 8th, but the Nats rallied for 2 runs to tie. The Mets unable to get a bunt down in the bottom of the 10th, and couldn't get a leadoff runner home, and now down by a run with Duda, Murphy, and Tolley due up in the bottom of the 11th against the left-hander. Fouled off the left side, and that'll make it behind the dugout. Well, you got Ramos putting on the catching gear, so that means Pudge Rodriguez is going to move to first base.
A big run out there at third base. You got to get a fly ball here, don't you?
Here's the 0-2, and Nix with a check swing fouls it off. Jerry Hairston Jr. is on deck, hitting in the 9th spot in the order. This would be a very disappointing loss for the Mets if they're not able to pull it out, especially in light of the way Chris Young pitched today. Here's the 0-2, and Nix hits one deep to right field. Back goes Duda to the warning track near the wall, and it's out of here. Lance Nix with a 3-run homer, and the Nationals have broken it open. It's 7-3 Washington in the 11th.
Fastball away, stayed straight. He went out and got it. Strong man.
For Lance Nix, his first home run of the year, as he dumps that one in the Mets bullpen. A 4-run 11th for the Nationals.
He knew it.
So the Mets bullpen woes continue. 7-3 Washington. Now Jerry Hairston takes a strike. Boyer pitched a 1-2 3/10, but gave up the leadoff hit to Adam LaRoche. Jordan Zimmerman got the bunt down. Espinosa was hit by a pitch. Pudge Rodriguez drove in a run with a base hit, and Nix with a 3-run bomb. Slowly hit for Reyes to handle, and he gets Hairston for the second out. And now Ian Desmond will bat with 2 out and nobody on. Desmond tonight is 1 for 5. Had a bloop single back in the 8th inning that produced a run. And he fouls off the first offering from Boyer. Well, we anticipate that Ivan Rodriguez is going to play first base in the bottom of the 11th. Pudge has played 7 career games at first base, all for the Tigers, all in 2006. And as we mentioned, we saw him play first base there in spring training. Didn't look particularly comfortable doing it.
No. He's a catcher by trade.
Yeah, it's been a long game. But wait, there's still more excitement. And that breaking ball just missed. 1-2 to Desmond. Boyer trying to put an end to this inning. But Desmond lines one to left. Moving over in the gap is Harris. He won't get to it, and it's to the wall. And Desmond races into second base with a 2-out double. So the pain continues for Blaine Boyer, the 4th hit he's given up in this inning. And Terry Collins does not want to spend another arm. He's already used 5 relief pitchers today. We'll have to hear from Terry after the game as Beato gets up in the bullpen, but it would appear as though he was trying to stay away from Bobby Parnell today. And change the program a little bit, having Carrasco pitch the 8th rather than Parnell. Rick Ankiel lifts one out to left field. And Willie Harris is there for this one. Staggers but stays with it to end the inning. An ugly inning for Blaine Boyer and the Mets as the Nats score 4 in the 11th. Adam LaRoche got it started. Pudge Rodriguez with a go-ahead hit. And Lance Nix unloads 7-3 Washington. In post-game live, Jonas Schwartz and Bobby Ojeda will have all the highlights, the interviews. We'll hear from Terry Collins about today's game right after the game right here on SNY. Changes for the Nats. Wilson Ramos stays in the game to catch. Pudge Rodriguez, for the 8th time in his career, moves to first base. And Sean Burnett will try and get the final 3 outs for Washington. Burnett, the veteran left-hander, has to be the closer early in the season for Washington. Scott Hairston will bat for Lucas Duda, leading off in the home 11th, and he takes a strike. Scott got the start in left field last night and went 0 for 3. Just 1 for 13 to start the season. It'll be Hairston, then Daniel Murphy and Josh Tolley due up for the Mets. Mets have 2 players left on the bench. Chin Lung Hu and Mike Nicky is both right-hand batters. But the Nats stunning the Mets with 2 in the 8th and 4 in the 11th. And the Mets with a huge hill to climb with only 3 outs to play with. Hairston fouls it back 1-2. Lane Boyer taking it on the chin in the 11th after a very impressive 10th inning. But the Met bullpen clearly stretched in the first 9 games of the season. They are up among the league leaders in innings pitched out of the bullpen because the starters have not been going deep. Today they got 7 out of Chris Young, but not enough. And you have to wonder even more so after today's game whether Jason Isringhausen will be on his way here before too terribly long. Here's the 1-2, and it's inside to Hairston, 2-2. The Rockies will be here tomorrow night, coming off a victory in Pittsburgh. Colorado now 6-2 on the year as they arrive in New York. Hairston lifts one down the right field side. That'll go into the crowd. Still 2-2 to Hairston. Last night, both Hairston brothers got the start. Neither one fared particularly well. Today, both Hairstons getting in the game off the bench. Jerry playing down at third base as Scott pokes one foul, and it's still 2-2.
And Scott had the great spring training and just has not been able to get untracked this season.
This is as good an at bat as he's had all year. He's a little less anxious. This will be the 8th pitch from Sean Burnett. And Hairston strikes out on the fastball away. So Burnett fans the first man to face him. That is 16 strikeouts for Washington pitching today. The starter Jason Marquis struck out 9. Chad Godin fanned 2 in his inning of work. Tyler Clippard struck out 3 in his 2 innings. And Drew Storen fanned 1 in the 10th. Now Burnett tacks on 1 in the 11th. Daniel Murphy up for the second time. Popped up to third base his only at bat. And he takes high for ball 1. Murphy stayed in the game at second base and just couldn't close ground to knock down Pudge Rodriguez's ground ball single that brought in the go-ahead run. There's a strike, 1-1. Josh Tolley on deck. The Mets have had only 1 hit since the 5th inning. That was Jose Reyes' leadoff single in the 10th. But then Willie Harris couldn't get the bunt down to move him, and the Mets wound up stranding Reyes at third. The Nationals responded in the 11th, and now the Mets 2 outs away from a disappointing loss. Murphy strokes one to shortstop. Ian Desmond right in front of it, and Pudge with a stretch almost came off the bag too soon, but they get the out, 2 away. That footwork at first base, that's not easy if you haven't done it much.
No, it's not. Definitely not. Take it from me, your old pal.
You made it look easy.
But I was trained as a young man, a young boy over there.
Finely tuned machine. Josh Tolley with the Mets down to their final out takes a strike. Josh is 0 for 4 today. Tomorrow night, Mike Pelfrey for the Mets looking to get his season on track. Jason Hamill for the Colorado Rockies, the first of 4 games between the Mets and the Rockies. There's a strike, and the Mets are down to their final strike of the afternoon. John Neese goes on Tuesday night. R.A. Dickey, assuming his split fingernail is okay, will go Wednesday night. And Chris Capuano Thursday afternoon.
And Tolley swings and misses. Burnett concludes the day with a strikeout. The Mets struck out 17 times in 11 innings, a game they led into the 8th inning. But the Nationals, with 2 in the 8th and 4 in the 11th, take the rubber game of the series 7-3.
Well, just not a good day for the Mets. They lose the series at home here. It's the Nationals' first series win of the season. Too many strikeouts, Gare. Blaine Boyer, the woes continue. Some bright spots, but all in all, another day with Mets left men on base.
Here's your Audi game summary. Run-scoring single by Pudge Rodriguez gave the Nationals the lead. A 3-run homer by Lance Nix put it away in the 11th inning as the Nationals come from behind to beat the Mets 7-3 and take 2 out of 3 in the series. Tomorrow night, Mike Pelfrey against Jason Hamill. First of 4 with the Rockies. Coverage begins on SNY tomorrow night at 6:30. Now for Keith Hernandez, Kevin Burkhardt, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for Lincoln Postgame Live. Let's join Jonas Schwartz and Bobby Ojeda.